Good evening, everyone. It is 6 o'clock p.m. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council special meeting. We are at 100 Polk Avenue here in the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral, Florida. This time, I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask everyone to please stand for the pledge. And Councilmember Willis, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'd like to ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Raymond.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Thank you very much. At this time is our public participation. Any member of the public may address any items that do not appear on the agenda and any agenda item that is listed on the agenda for final official action by the City Council, excluding public hearing items which are heard at the public hearing portion of the meeting. We don't have any of those tonight. Any ministerial items, approval of agenda minutes, informational items, and quasi-judicial or emergency items. Citizens' comments will be limited to 3 minutes. So this time, if there are any public comments, I've got some cards here. I've got one clarity from Mr. Mike Corrigan. Mike, are you here with us tonight? Was there a particular agenda item that you wanted to speak on?
No, it hasn't, my comment is about the Sheriff's Department's lack of enforcement of trespassing.
Now is the time where you can, if you're ready to go ahead and have this public comment. Thank you.
I'm the HOA president for the Bermuda House, which is over here on Circle Drive. I had an incident a couple of months ago where Florida Power and Light came in and started digging up our yard, putting in a service for the neighbor, electrical service for the neighbor. Unfortunately, they don't have it. There is no easements on our property. I asked them to leave. They refused. When I called the police department, they came over. They refused to do anything. They said Florida Power and Light had carte blanche to dig holes on anybody's property they wanted to. I filed a PUC complaint. They, at first, Florida Power and Light didn't want to do anything. They wanted me to grant them an easement. When I got a hold of their parent company, then the parent company sent down an engineer who rectified the problem. Got them to remove the installation they had put in and put it on the property that had the easement. I filed a complaint with the Sheriff's Department for non-enforcement. Finally, after about 4 phone calls, they got back to me, and they seem to think that if somebody comes on the property, if they don't violate any of their law, they're not technically trespassing. Well, when I asked them to leave, they then were violating the trespassing law. So I would like to have the council address this issue with the Sheriff's Department to where we can get better trespassing enforcement per the ordinances. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corrigan. I don't have any questions, but I think this council understands your concern, and we will work with our city manager to make sure that we get back with you with some sort of resolution. Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I think you can take it from here.
Yep, I'll talk with Anthony and we'll talk with the commander.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions for our city manager? Thank you very much. Any other public participation? That's the only card that I had that was not on the agenda. Seeing none, okay. We'll move on to the next part of our agenda, items for action, which is to appoint a voting delegate, director, and alternate to the Space Coast League of Cities. Mr. City Manager, if you'd like to give just a quick overview of what's happening here, we'd greatly appreciate it.
I'd be happy to, Mayor. So every year with the Space Coast League of Cities requests that the various cities appoint a voting delegate for the Space Coast League of Cities. This is more of an advocacy than anything else, and this city has proudly taken a seat here, and for many, many years and advocated for some very fine things and continues to. Currently, the voting delegate is Councilmember Raymond, and the alternate is Mayor Emeritus Rocky Randalls. It is up to this council to decide if they want to keep that way, or they want to appoint anybody new to those positions, and it would be appropriate to decide if you want to use the ballot forms, if you want to use those like we did for Mayor Pro Tem, or do we just want Mayor, if it pleases the council, just to ask for nominations from the council.
Thank you very much. Council, we can start by down the end, or if somebody wants to jump out front, I'll open it up for discussion. So,
I'm open for a ballot.
ballot? Okay. I think the ballot worked well last time as well. Any consensus on ballot? Okay. So now that we've established the method on how we'll select, I'd just like to ask, is there anyone out here or on this council who wants to do this year? It'd be good to know. I think we're all willing, but if there's anyone who would like to. So Mayor Pro Tem Kellum is interested?
I'm interested. I have been doing it, and I feel that it's very important work, and I think that our city has to be represented, and I feel that I have gone ahead and I have been there for every single meeting that I possibly could be there. And I think it's a commitment, because we go at 5:45. We go about an hour and a half before the general meeting for Space Coast League of Cities. And I think that whenever we say that we want to do something, that we have to make sure that we have that commitment and that we manage our time so that we have the ability to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Raymond. I want to take this time to thank you for serving for the past year, and also thank our Mayor Emeritus, Rocky Randalls, for serving as the alternate for this year. Councilmember Willis, is this something that you would be interested in serving in?
No.
Okay. Again, for the audience, in defense of anyone who says no, I think everyone would be willing to serve, but call this the qualifying period of who's interested. And Councilmember Davis?
No, at this time I am not. I am agreement that Council Raymond has done an excellent job this past year, and I would be in favor of keeping Councilman Raymond and Rocky Randalls as the alternate.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, I'd like to say in defense, Council Member Don Willis took one of the biggest jobs to serve on the TPO, and it is a huge commitment this year as we're working with our A1A improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So this time, this is a position that I think, personally, I would fill that void if needed, but being as mayor, I think that's my primary responsibility here. So from what I'm hearing here tonight from this council is that our current serving council member Raymond is interested in fulfilling for another year, and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum is as well. And so as far as doing the voting, I guess the most appropriate, not that any way is wrong or right, we could, do we want to vote for, I think we could just do both at the same time. Is the form sufficient for doing that?
Yes, it is. And Mayor, I might suggest you might also inquire of Mayor Emeritus Rocky Randalls if he's interested in serving, although he can't vote on it.
Yes, thank you very much. Mayor Moritas, there you are. Thank you. If you want to come up and maybe share your interest level and.
Well, yes, I'd be honored. Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff, I've had the privilege of being on that for many, many years, but the rare privilege of being this, I think, goes to a member of the council, if indeed they want to. Mine has kind of been a fallback position. It involves going to Tallahassee and to Washington and quite a bit of other things that sometimes the members don't have a chance. But if there is a willing person that wishes to do it, I certainly would say they get first in line ahead of me. So, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service in that capacity. So I would think that when we're voting, just for clarity, is that there are two nominees, candidates for the position of being the voting member, and then there are 3 members for the alternate, it sounds like. And just to make sure we're clear, Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Willis is the alternate, I didn't ask, of interest to you if needed?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Willis?
To Ms. Raymond's point, I'll pass this time.
Thank you.
So
And I would assume alternate is of interest to you and to you as well?
Yes, I would just like to say, I think Angela does an excellent job. She's always there. I would like to be an alternate. I've been going to the Board of Directors meetings just to learn and get familiar with it, and I've been to the council in Orlando, and Dominique Montanaro had asked me to be the advocate for home rule, which is very important to our city. So I would like to nominate Angela as the vote, and I would like to be the alternate.
Thank you. So that actually simplifies this greatly, is that we really have one candidate for, to be the voting delegate, understanding that, and we have 3 to be the alternate. So at this time, I think we're prepared to vote. Unless there's any other discussions?
So that's correct, Mayor. If you just want to fill out the form and pass them down to the city attorney, and he will read them.
Thank you. I'm not aware of where that is.
Oh, the forms? Here?
The forms?
Oh, can you pass those down? Pass those down?
I just would like to add, Mayor, can I add a little something?
Absolutely, yes.
I just want to say that the Board of Directors meeting is open to the public, and a lot of people don't quite understand that. And Councilmember Mickey Kellum has been coming because she's been involved with the Advocacy Committee, and this is her great interest. And that's very significant for our city, because we need to have,
I had nothing to do with that.
Thank you. We need to have someone who is on that committee. And they go up to Tallahassee when they can. And any member of the community can do that. But the whole idea of home rule and local voices making local decisions, this is very important, especially coming up now, because there are some really interesting pieces going before the legislature that could take away a lot of things for us as a city. All right, so we really need to be aware of that. And I think that Mickey Kellum will tell us when we need to say something about certain bills. And there's one that is really upsetting right now, because it will really tie our hands as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Raymond. If you want to pass those, take one and pass them down. What we'll do is fill these out. Since everyone has a unique last name, I would say just the last name should be sufficient. We'll hand them down to our city attorney, and we'll be good to go. So thank you. Wait, just for a moment. There's 4. Your city attorney.
All right, let's see if I can count to 3. All right. We have 5 votes for Ms. Raymond to serve as the delegate, and 4 votes for Ms. Kellum to serve as the alternate.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. At this time, would it be appropriate to call a formal vote on this?
Formal vote, motion.
Both at the same time? Look,
Fine under the circumstances you did about.
so I'm looking for a motion to appoint Councilmember Angela Raymond as the voting delegate and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum as the alternate.
I'll second.
Got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second from Councilmember Willis. City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you very much. The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations to Councilmember Raymond and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, and thank you so much for your willingness to step up and serve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, Mayor Emeritus Randalls, thank you so much for stepping up over the past year to do that and all you've done for this city. So thank you. At this time, we're going to move on to items for discussion. Item number 2 is which is the implementation of the ProChamps online platform. I do have one public comment card for this one. I will actually, it is Mayor Emeritus Randalls. Would you prefer to speak at the beginning of this item or after council? I'll give you that. You got it. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, a brief overview of what we're taking up here would be helpful, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
This was a very large issue for this community over the past couple years. As we all know, the state legislature has preempted cities from prohibiting vacation rentals and any certain regulations back through, I think, 2011. Fortunately, the city of Cape Canaveral had the foresight in the late 80s or early 90s to put in a 7-day minimum rental provision in the residential districts. And this council has supported and defended that particular prohibition, and to that end, wanted to see some stronger enforcement of that 7-day minimum rental. So the council tasked staff with coming up with a method to do that. And what we proposed to council was an ordinance that would authorize a registration program and then a company to enforce that. So the ordinance was approved with several other things like maximum overnight occupancies and parking regulations, et cetera. And the city staff proposed a contract with the ProChamps company. They're a Brevard County company who does registration already for our foreclosed properties. They've been working with us for some 10 years or so with that, and very successfully. Well, they also have a platform for registering the vacation rentals. And we met with them, we talked to them about our goals, specifically and especially about enforcement of the minimum 7-day rental. And they have a unique proprietary method where they scrape the internet, they look at calendar data for bookings and they do screenshots of those. And they have analysts who look at those screenshots and determine if there's a violation of that, and then they notify staff. But they also do more than that. There's a toll-free number, a hotline number where residents can call and complain, and the complaints are resolved by handling through the code enforcement process or the sheriff's department if it's after hours. And the whole program started on October 1st. There were a few mailers that went out to the known properties that were renting for vacation rentals, say, hey, the city council approved this, you need to register starting October 1st. Here we are now, December 7th, we're several weeks into this. A second reminder letter was sent by ProChamps within the recent couple weeks to those who hadn't yet registered. So when the council wanted a brief overview of this at the last meeting, they requested it. We immediately reached out to ProChamps and we said, hey, would you give us a recap of where we are? Give us the statistics of where we are. We want to see how many have registered, how many have not registered, what are the complaints we're getting, how are they being handled, how's it going? Especially we want to know about the minimum 7-day rental violations. So we do have a representative here from ProChamps who's ready to make a presentation, and he'll also be available for questions and answer from the council and from the audience as well. Dave, is there anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay, if the representative, Mike, if you're here, you want to go ahead, come on up. It's all yours, sir.
What was your name? Is it Mike?
Yeah, Mike Baldwin.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate you guys' time letting me present our company. Like you said, we are a Brevard County company. I've grew up here my whole life, and so it's a pleasure to be a part of the government here, and so I'll just kind of get started. Like you said, we're partnered with over 280 communities. We do registration programs for foreclosure, short-term rentals, long-term rentals, and vacancy. So we have a lot of different communities all across the country. So specifically to the program that we're talking about here, which is a short-term rental program in Cape Canaveral, the go-live date was October 1st. Since then, we've identified approximately 301 unique properties. A lot more listings than that, obviously, but that tends to boil down due to duplication and things of that nature. Currently, we have 118 that have registered, and we have remitted to the government approximately $23,000 so far since October 1st. The first notice that went out was September 15th, which was a kind of a pre-notice. So this was a generalized mailer that just said that, you know, be on the lookout for possible mailers that would encourage people to register their short-term rental property. This went out too. We did kind of a pre-identification, and so we, before we even really signed the contract and everything like that, we wanted to get a good idea for your guys' community. So we just did what we call kind of a pre-identification. It's not as an exact science, but it's a quick way where we can kind of estimate, and that's where the pre-notices got sent. From there, we do a full identification, and by the 5th of October, we sent out 258 letters, and that was essentially requesting them to register their short-term rental property, backed with evidence that was collected on our platform as well. Second communication just got mailed, like he said, November 22nd, sent out 153 letters. Basically the first set minus people who had registered at that time. We have, for the future, we have another batch of freshly identified properties that we'll be sending out a new communication on the 21st of this month. Then these 7-day rule violations will start going out at the beginning of the year. So we have that targeted for 1/4. So like he briefly kind of described, the method in which we use to implement the 7-day rule is we look at the calendaring data over time, and we see booking events, and for us to get a really good picture of it, we need enough data to be able to determine whether somebody's blocking off time because they want to stay at there or their actual rentals. We also match them up to reviews and things of that nature to really get a good, solid foundation for sending out a violation, right? Rather than just a kind of an identification. And so identifications can be done kind of right away, whereas a 7-day rule, we have to see the data over time for us to get a real confidence level that there's a 7-day violation there. And we went over some of the kind of algorithmic talk over the implementation period of the initial, during October. Then we'll follow up with the second batch of second communications, which is essentially just rehashing all of the citizens who have not registered with all of our currently identified properties. So that is it as far as kind of the program overview, as far as numbers and statistics. I can move on to, I don't know if you guys want me to kind of take a pause here and take some questions on numbers. Next, I'd talk about the hotline and specifics to that. So I don't know what's better.
I think we're collecting our questions as of now. You can go ahead and get through your full. Yes,
Sure.
thank you.
Okay, so the hotline, I went ahead and drew essentially what the call flow is, and this is just to illustrate basic functions of what the hotline does. Without kind of belaboring the point, essentially there's a call input where we greet the caller, try to find out what the purpose of the call is, whether it's to file a report, update a report, check a report status. If they're filing a report, of course, we first check to see if it's an anonymous complaint or not. And that was a unique implementation because that was a law that's fairly new and something we had to do. We did, through the web service, the first couple of weeks, there was a way for a couple of people to get around that anonymous rule. We did receive 2 anonymous tips that we did pass to the city. However, that hole has been closed. They kind of were able to wiggle around. But that hole is closed, and so there's no possible, we haven't received any anonymous tips or anything like that since then. And any of the hotline call center people will certainly kind of filter that out. And you can see that, I guess do I have a mouse here? Here's kind of where it gets filtered out before going on to taking the information. And then either, depending on the timing and or the violation, there could be a soft handoff to the sheriff's department, depending on what the city wanted us to do. And then we notify code enforcement through email. So I will, at this point, I guess I would leave it up to questions for anything to do with the program so far.
Thank you very much, Mike. I'll start, really, who's ever ready. Is there any particular council member? Please speak up if you've got, I certainly have some questions, but I'll go last.
Yes, I have one quick question, Mr. Baldwin. Where is your call center?
Call center it's actually remote. They're based in the Midwest of the United States. They're all United States citizens, really good English speaking. They like the Midwest accent. It's through a call center service that we've
Okay.
used for years.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, any questions at this point?
Yes. Can you go back to the first?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. So the 7-day violations will go out January 4th?
Yeah, approximately at the beginning of the year. We usually like a 3-month window of data before we can really feel comfortable with knowing that someone is in violation of that rule.
Do you have any number now of how many?
I ran the numbers in anticipation, you may ask, and I do want to kind of forewarn that I'm saying it really 2/3 of the way through of getting the complete set. Right now, it looks like approximately 20.
That are renting for less than 7 days?
Yeah, that are renting for within the 7-day period or whatever, yeah.
Just to clarify, if you don't mind, 20 unique properties?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and then the first communication mailed 10/5, 258 letters, and then the second communication, 153 letters. Is that separate, different properties or the same properties?
No, those are going to be the same properties. So yeah, when we say like second communication, that's essentially we've sent it to them, did not hear any kind of response, and then we wait, in this case, I think usually a month or so, depending on the timing of if we've sent them before or not, there's kind of a process there. But yeah, those would be just the same properties that nobody's responded to, just kind of as a second reminder. Sometimes we change language in that second notice. It was your opinion to really kind of keep it the same, but we can certainly kind of customize those messages as we send them out.
And then from October 1st to now, you've identified 301 properties?
Yeah, that's correct. It is a fluid number. I mean, if I looked at it right this second, it's probably even more because we're essentially scanning it all the time. It's an ongoing process. The letters are kind of batched out, but the actual identified properties is there. So yeah, that's where it was when I looked there, but we were in the middle of really kind of doing another batch of these, and that's where you'll see the new communications going out in 2 weeks. So we'll batch up probably over 100 there. But that's just speculation there as far as the number.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Raymond?
I'm shaking my head. You have 280 communities that you service, correct?
That's correct. In some capacity, not all short-term rental. Foreclosure is the program that you guys have been a part of was the first program that we offered and our longest running program. But yeah, certainly we're in 280 different communities in some fashion.
This may be naive, but how do you keep that straight?
Certainly we have a really, really talented tech team where we essentially build all these processes to scale, right? The short-term rental identification, I went at length showing them how we scale it. We were able to essentially, we built, and I was actually kind of the one leading the charge for the short-term rental identification portion of it, where we built all the tools, we do all this machine learning, we try to use technology to lessen the amount of human effort in the identification process so we can really scale however we want, right? And so that's really our core goals is to make efficiency through technology and really utilize everything we can so that way we don't have to manually manage 280 different communities, because certainly that's impossible.
I understand that you use multiple sites to identify some of the properties.
Correct.
How many sites do you use?
It depends. I mean, we kind of go up and down on them. Right now, there's really kind of, got Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, they're kind of the main ones. We have some other ones that we've used. We're starting to realize that targeting the big ones is really where you're going to get the most of the juice there. You can get a couple of extraneous properties. When we do that, and there's actually a process where as we're identifying them, we do an image search based on some of the images that were provided, and we look to see if there's other rental sites that have those same images on there. And that's one way that we can add on additional of these rental sites. And so we're finding, the more and more that we do it, there's really, minimal gains that you get by adding 60 different sites, because you're going to get maybe the same property listed on 50 different sites. And so most of those people that use the small ones will also put it on Airbnb, right? They like the small ones because maybe some people do it, but that's really where our focus has been more in the past couple of years, is really focused on the big ones. But we certainly can support, any short-term rental listing site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yes, sir.
another question.
Please.
Mr. Baldwin, you said that, I believe you said there was 20-some less than 7-day rentals?
Approximately, yeah,
Okay,
based on the data we have currently.
okay. Mr. Mayor, I was given some information from several citizens that took it upon themselves because of different issues. And they presented me with several spreadsheets, and on one particular one, on VRBO, there's 129 that are listed with a minimal rental of 6 days or less.
Well,
Could
okay,
it-
so I think we may be talking about different things, because there's a interpretation of that you can't have a rental within 7 days of the start date of another rental. That's the rule that I was talking about. The minimum night stay rule, I don't have in front of me those numbers. Those
Okay.
numbers are way bigger. Those
Okay.
are also a lot easier to calculate. I probably should have brought those as well, because those are, the way that we stuck in the data, we actually see for every day of the next 365 days what they set their minimum night stay. So those are easily calculable, and the percentages are way higher on that. So I think we're talking about two different things there.
Okay, but wouldn't that necessitate a communication mailed to those people?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
I'm not 100% sure on that as far as the 7-day rule violations, but I know that there was two different aspects to it. So I believe that we in the agreement we signed to send that to those. But we have that built in.
okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I have a couple questions. I know there was an issue with people making anonymous complaints. You said that has been corrected. How has that been corrected? What have you done to eliminate that?
So there was a disclaimer. As soon as you went to file the thing, it would say, this has to be anonymous, blah, 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 you agree. You could kind of nod, you could agree, not give the information, and still be able to submit it. We just went back through the web form and made that a required field, that we won't accept the form without that information. So instead of having it was like a wall that they were able to get around, now we've kind of built it all around, so that there's no way that, even if someone's not honest about it, that they would still not able to submit that. We kind of, I guess, maybe had too much leeway there, I guess. So we just tightened the security around it.
Okay, and then you said there are approximately 20 violations now, or possibly you're going to look into if there's actually more.
Yeah, there's
What
a
is-
ton more of those, the ones that he's talking about, yeah.
Right. What is the status of these 20 violations? I mean, where do they stand now? What have you done?
Well, that's what's going to go out in January. So
That's-
those are the ones that the 7 day, where it's the 7 days from the start date, you can't have 2 rentals within that period. Those are the ones where we need that 6 months. And so we're just going to send all of the 7-day notice violations through that at that point. So we'll have essentially both of the 7-day rules pegged, so we can send them all at the same time.
Okay. So is there a time frame that you have that you need to send these out? Once you identify the violation, is there a time frame when you send them out? Or say there is more, as Councilman Willis was saying, is that also going to go out on January? Or do you have a time frame that the violations have to go out?
So we're going to send out the first round of violations on the 4th. Everything that we've identified as a violation of any of the 7-day rules. At that point afterwards, we would, in that normal kind of cadence here, I would expect probably in about a month to a month and a half that we would send out more violations, but depending on the amount and whatever, which there's always going to be new ones. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
This is a discussion item, and so I know we're going to kind of evolve and come up with questions, so we can circle back. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
I just have another couple questions. So the 7-day rental that is in our code, you said there's a ton more of those. All those are waiting to get notified till January 4th that they're renting for less than 7 days?
That's correct, just so we can see the actual evidence of it as well. We can see what it's set at, but when in our discussions, we wanted to actually see those, what we call booking events. And that's where we can determine, that it's not just one or two, okay, I wanted to stay at my short-term rental, the one that I'm renting, we can kind of exclude that from being blocked off by the host rather than being rented by a host. And so we can correlate them with reviews that happen usually weeks or months afterwards. And so we kind of back check the data that we get from the booking calendar with review data to really then solidify the 7-day rule. And so that's why we can get an easier estimation of the minimum night stay, because that's easy to estimate, but we really want to get the data before we can, before we find citizens or anything like that, or not find citizens, but notify citizens.
How many short-term rental programs are you monitoring in Brevard County?
In Brevard County, it's the only one.
Okay. And then I had a citizen contact me about making a call to your company and was on hold for 50 or more minutes. Is that something that happens a lot, or is it just the implementation of the program?
It's the first that I've ever heard of it. I certainly can look into, if I could get some more details on that, I'd be happy to investigate, but that's the first I've ever heard of anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And, that citizen contacted me as well, and then I took it upon myself just to go through the experience as well and follow up.
Yeah.
They submitted it anonymously, and at that time, anonymous, as you had mentioned, was an option. And I was on the phone for almost an hour and a half, and so I just want to make you aware of that and put that on the record.
Yeah, I
there was
appreciate that.
Yes, sir, and thank you. I've got a few questions as well as we're kind of working through this, and just so the audience knows where we are. We're really 40 business days into this agreement, and we're thankful that ProChamps is here. They're trying, we're looking under the hood, and we signed a contract, we passed an ordinance, and the entire staff has worked hard to kind of get us this far. And so what council's done is really saying, how's it going? And overall, I guess that's my first question to you is, we got to hear some of the numbers, but how do you feel that it's going in the first 60 days compared to other communities?
I am currently using you guys as a success story. It really has been one of our best implementations as far as getting results quickly. A lot of times it takes a lot more than 1 or 2 notices to get even 100 or a third of the listings that we've identified into properties registered. So I think that it's been really a fast uptake. I think it's also been technically challenging, to implement the software for the 7-day rule, and doing all of that stuff was challenging originally. But as far as success, I look at it as a successful program. I think that getting the response that you guys have gotten so far has been good. And then, continue as we really evolve. Short-term rental is hard because it's usually a pretty slow uptake. It takes a while for the community to kind of, even understand that there is an ordinance, that it's legit, or, things like that. And word of mouth usually helps with that. And so it seems like, to me at least, from other programs that we've run, you guys would be considered a success story so far.
Thank you. And on the, according to the contract I was reading, and I think that's where a lot of these numbers came from, you provide the city with a report, is that correct?
Yeah, we have the online platform that you guys can, the city can log into anytime, and we certainly have training for anybody, any person that wants to take a look at any time can see live up-to-date numbers. But we also can provide the kind of the weekly update that I think that we've agreed to, or we can send weekly kind of numbers and things like that.
Can you explain how, when you say anyone, because I noticed in the contract where it says the community, and I think that's just words, but I kind of lit up at that point. Is there a way, or is this essentially what it meant by that, to what you just said, to where any member of this community could log on and get these status updates.
Typically, when I mean community, I mean officials, somebody that works for the government, but, could we partner with you with something where we could put up numbers on a site? Absolutely.
Okay.
I think I really want to
yeah.
identify that statement. I really, when I say
No.
community, I mean the government themselves, but I wouldn't see why we couldn't do something like that if that was something that you guys were interested in.
I think that that level of transparency would be really important to this community, and I trust that our city manager can hear to know that the relevant data that are important to citizens, such as some of the numbers you shared tonight, how many have been identified, and as I'm going down through the process, what you call the short-term rental program, uniquely capable platform, Exhibit A, in the agreement, it looks like these 6 steps. Number 1 is identify, number 2 is contact, number 3 is collect, 4 is enforce, 5 is monitor, and 6 is to support. We are, if I understand currently, we've identified, like you, as you said, fluid, all of them, and they needed to be identified prior to sending the letter, right? And tomorrow there could be more, but is that what you mean by identify?
Yeah, identify is to get the listing data, turn that into property information, right? That's to identify where these properties are.
And then contacted is when the letter was sent on October 1. And there's email forms of contact as you get information, postcards I read, letters, and there's multiple contacts until you get really to a registration, right? And then from there, there's collect. And so look at these numbers. $23,500 is the amount of money that went to the city for the 118 registered.
Yes.
And that's roughly $150 per registrant.
I think it was 2/3 on the 300, so I think it might be 200.
It's 2/3. 200. So it's 200, they get 100, we get 200.
Okay. And so the motivation is clear because, I mean, your business model is you collect money upon registrant. So to me, the mechanism there is that you have a vested interest to make sure that registrations come in, because that's what keeps the wheels on the bus, for lack of better words. And then after these registrations come in, there's a task to make sure that there's 7-day compliance, right? And there is no mechanism there other than, I think, keeping the contract, keeping everyone happy. And so Mayor Pro Tem Kellum asked who you had worked with in the county nationally. Do you have anyone that you've taken on to enforce a minimum 7-day, 3-day, 5? So we're really your only case.
As far as the 7-day from the start and the end, yeah, there's usually a minimum night stay. So I don't want to say no on the 7-day. It's usually 30 days or 60 days is the most common. 7 days I think is the smallest that we've ever seen.
Okay. Thank you. And so we've identified them, we've contacted them, sent the letter, we've collected.
I just want to say,
Please, yeah.
She asked me a question that I actually didn't answer correctly. She asked if we were in Brevard County. We did just sign with Cocoa Beach, so I just wanted to. That was
Okay.
for the I didn't want to be inaccurate in my statement, but that contract just got signed like a week ago, so it's easy for it to slip my mind.
Thank you. And then the collecting is underway, and we're really moving into this enforcement phase, right? To where you're gathering evidence. Can you talk to us a little bit about, just in general, what type of evidence you really are looking for? I've heard 2 things, and one is blocked out calendar dates, which a lot of these Airbnb, VRBO sites can clearly show 3s and batches of 4. That is different than someone, as Councilmember Willis said, who says, come stay here, 2-bedroom, beautiful by the beach, minimum 3-day stay, right? So there's a big universe of these that are typing 3-day minimums, but then you've got ones who've actually booked, and you can see the blackouts. You're focused on those that have booked. I think you called it booking events.
Right, yeah,
Right.
we look at both the booking events, the reviews, and then also the minimum night stay on every day that's declared in the calendar. You don't actually see that when you go onto an Airbnb site, you see the calendar, and you might click, I want to book the 10th, right? So you say I book the 10th, automatically it's going to say, okay, the minimum night stay, let's say that the host set that for 4 days. It's going to automatically do that for 4 days. Well, the browser knows that because behind the scenes, it's just set in the calendar. We can actually suck in that data, and so we can see what the minimum night day is set for every day of the year for the next 365 days, on top of the booking events, on top of the reviews. So those are kind of the three data sets that we look at to enforce the 7-day rule.
Got it. Thank you. And when you say that we are going to start enforcing or sending it, I think that the cities, according to our agreement, is responsible for handling the enforcement. What role will ProChamps play in communicating with the enforcement once they get the evidence?
Yeah, you want me to jump on this one?
Please, Dave.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Because we're certainly flexible either way. We have
Yeah.
a lot of different ways, so.
Yeah, I think as our understanding is, Mayor and members of the council, ProChamp's responsibility is really going to be collecting the data, helping us build a case against the property. And that's what we've had really difficulty doing up to this point, is building that case. And Anthony will certainly can corroborate what my statement is. It's been very, very difficult to do that, to be able to create a situation or a case that is that we can really prosecute. It's a pretty high level of data and information that needs to be prepared to present to our special magistrate. We've had difficult times. So we'll be relying on ProChamps to help us prepare or provide us with that documentation, and we'll go through it and we'll fold it into our reports and get really comfortable with it. And at that point, we'll bring it to the special magistrate, and we'll be. So the city, specifically to answer your question, Mayor, specifically, the city will be enforcing it using the information that ProChamps provides us.
And as of today, with that report that was provided on, it was really registration focused as you're in this contact. Have you been provided any evidence as they're moving into the 7-day minimum enforcement or any other violations of regulations?
At this point, no.
Okay. When do you foresee, out of the 10 to 12 that look like you got, and maybe this is what Councilmember Davis was asking, but if you don't mind repeating, when does evidence come over to our city staff as we're moving to that first enforcement?
The first time that we normally, actually, we need about 3 months of that data before. That's usually the kind of the sweet spot where we feel really comfortable about it. So we have a tentative date there, 1/4, because that's about 3 months of collection since 10/1. So at that point, we would feel comfortable about the data, having it. We have some of the data now, obviously, and I can, speak to you about some presumptive numbers and things of that nature, but we would feel comfortable, giving it. Now, that's not to say that in our system, you can see all of this data right now. If you logged into it, we've got the booking calendar, we've got the booking events, we've got the reviews, we've got all the data there. And that's, accessible to the community whenever you guys want. Now, as far as compiling that number into a list that we feel 100% that we're stand by, that's going to be, first of the year.
Okay. And what about, to me, if somebody they've done it one time, they've rented for, why do you need 90 days or why do you need time? Is it because you need them to do it multiple times?
Well, exactly, because it's not an exact science, right? So if you see a booking event, we see a booking event could be the host blocking off time because he wanted to spend the weekend at a short-term rental. It does not necessarily mean a booking. So that's why we call it a booking event. We compare that with reviews and we see the frequency of it to determine, is this just once a month he blocks off the last weekend of the month because that's when he has off and he likes to spend his time on the beach. And so you really can only see those, you can only analyze that kind of data if you stretch it out over more than one event, and so if we see, a weekend, we can't just say, well, that was definitely a booking, that would be not correct. But if we see it over the course of several months, that, they've had 72 three-day booking events. They've set their, calendar to only allow, a minimum night stay of 3, and we just saw 7 reviews from that month. Now we have a real case that you guys can take to magistrate or to court or anything like that and not have any problems with it. Whereas if you go with, just some sparse data here, hey, we saw a booking event, for all the host is going to say, well, that was just, one time. It doesn't really prove anything in our estimation. And so we really want to make sure we build a solid case for the community, so we're not going after citizens that, are booking their short-term rental for themselves rather than for the general public. And so that's why we usually kind of compile that data to really, to make sure that we're correct.
Understand, thank you. Yes, please.
This question's for Dave. Once you get the information on, how long will it take for this city to be able to build a case against this person? Or
Yeah,
property?
well, I would imagine we would handle this like we handle our other code violations. We try to work with people and let them know. We will notify them. We will reach out and say, hey, we have this documentation, and this is our ordinance.
But by that point, January 4th, you'll have 3 months of data. Are you going to then give them, hey, I think for the people and how we got this started it's very important to the residents that this stop. And, it's almost been a year that we've been working on this.
If I could interject for a second, I'm sorry. Code enforcement is under a standing order by me to begin with a courtesy notification, because we believe most violators are not wanting to violate, and they can be educated. So we usually go straight for the notice of violation when it's a life safety issue or something of grave importance. If the council wants to make a change in the posture of this, please let us know, because his department is instructed to move forward with courtesy notifications for this, for the first offense.
Well, my point is, he has data now that you can see these people that are renting for less than 7 days. Could we get them a courtesy notice now? So in January, if they're still doing it, I mean.
Yeah, and if I could jump in here, and I just want to add to it, I think that the point is their approach is to build a lot of evidence. And if someone's littering on your yard, just as an example, well, the first time is wrong. Second time, third time, fourth time, 10th time, they're clearly littering. Here are the 10 cigarette butts that's on my yard. Sure, you have a slam dunk case, but you've been polluted on 10 times. And I think that's what we're saying is, especially our city managers, and I do like the idea of a courtesy notice first, but maybe we can push down on the amount of evidence that's needed. Say, hey, you're advertising a 7-day, the hundreds or however, or you've got a booking event 7. That now the courtesy notice gets out early.
That's what I'm saying. So come January 4th, now we're going to start fining you or however we're going to handle that. But right now you have this much evidence that it's not like they don't know and they,
Yeah.
And
yeah.
like you sent me in an email, it's been on the books since the 80s, the 7-day. And the people that live next door to these want a resolution. They want this to stop. So,
I'm going to echo what our city manager just said. If it's the will of this council, on January 5th, we come out of the gates, we're going to do that. Anthony, would you like to say something?
I don't think that's the point that's being made by the council. If we have like a body of information that indicates somebody may be renting for less than 7 days, the city can send out a courtesy reminder of the law, regardless of whether or not it's a violation or not. And
Yes.
the point is that there might just be enough baseline information to send out courtesy notices now to educate those property owners now rather than wait until
yes.
January 5th.
That's my point.
And if I can just add in, out of the 300, correct me if I'm wrong, you can say 100 of them are advertising, as Councilmember Willis said, for 5 days or minimum. That list is we can get that in a week, tomorrow. That, to me, is the same letter to every one of them, probable cause, if you want, and to say, we've noticed that you've advertised for, you don't even need to specify the days to make it burdensome, less than, this is a courtesy letter to let you know, and encourage them to remove the advertisement. I don't know if that's legal. It's not illegal to advertise less than 7, but at least just make them aware, right? I think that would be wonderful, and if the council
I could
agrees.
say, we did something similar with that pre-notice where we sent the pre-notice before we really even started, right? So that data was on not full identified properties, but we had some sort of, inkling. And so if we want to push ahead and say, knowing that it's, may not be the full case, but in a friendly way, I wouldn't go notice a violation, with that
Right.
kind of data. But with, something, then we'd be open to that. I mean, the data's there. So however we want, you guys want to use it, we're certainly there to help that, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the stumbling block there. We just always play it safe because typically communities aren't, will want to have that full picture before a notice gets sent out. But that's not to say that there can't be something else, like
Yeah.
a pre-notice or just a, hey,
Yes.
this is the rule, and it's pretty much what we said in that pre-notice, so it may even be the same language, but to a different targeted audience.
Well, I think it's the same audience. I understand what you're saying. It's saying that we see that you're advertising less than 7.
Right.
And so you're saying something different, and it lets them know we're paying attention. And we're being courteous to make the corrections needed. Councilmember Davis?
No, that's why I was just getting with the time frame. Do we need to say that once, whatever the criteria we set, we notice there's a violation, do we need a time frame that a letter needs to be sent out? Or how soon are you going to send out these notifications once you identify the problem? Or is there a time frame issue that we need to establish?
We can send them out in a day. That's not a problem. As long as, once we compile a list, which would take no time, it's just, running the report and then filtering, we could send it out, next week.
So we meet in 2 weeks. So if you can get that list, and I'd like to ask council, it would be wonderful at our next meeting that we get an update that as many of those letters as went out to anyone who is advertising less than 7 days.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
And Mike, you'll have the evidence to support that, correct? So if
I'll have what we'll have is the what they're advertising each day is set as. So yeah, we'll have that evidence. And we'll have the booking events. We won't, certain cases, may not be perfect, but we'll have it.
Yeah.
It's a courtesy letter.
It'll just be a pre-notification, so
Yep.
our legal requirements or scrutiny may not be as high as an actual notice of violation that we would send out, so, yeah.
It's the same approach, it's the courtesy letter approach. It's,
But
hey, your air conditioning unit's not covered.
Right.
In January.
Within the next week or two.
Right.
Yeah.
And it will come from the city, right?
I think it would come from ProChamps because you got registered email addresses.
Yeah, and the last time the pre-notification had, with your guys' approval, of course, the Cape Canaveral letterhead on it, so it
Right.
looked very official, but we actually sent it out.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay,
They
let's,
were our agent, basically.
Councilmember Raymond?
One clarification.
Yep.
In the initial letter that you sent out, did you say that there was a 7-day minimum in the city of Cape Canaveral?
I don't remember what exactly what it said. It was approved by the city. I honestly don't remember off the top of my head.
We put that information out frequently, the city did.
I will say this, that there was a link to the city webpage in those notices that we sent out, and the 7-day minimum is plastered throughout the city webpage, so that it should not be new information for anybody.
That's-
I'm pretty sure it did, but I certainly wouldn't want to swear to it. It was a while ago. I don't remember exactly, but.
Perhaps we can get a copy of that
Yep.
letter that was sent out for
Yep.
the December 21st meeting? I'd like to see the letter. Thank you.
I
So-
have proofs from when we sent it out.
So, yeah, we'll work. Todd, could you send a copy of the letter that that went out to the council?
The most recent one?
I'd like to see the first one that went out on October 1st.
It's what we sent Mickey.
I think you've sent a couple of different versions of letters, right?
Dave, would you forward what you sent to Councilmember Kellum to all the council members?
Yeah, we
It's what
did,
you're
we
asking
did this
for.
exact exercise for one of the council members earlier,
Okay.
yesterday or today, so I'll have that out this evening to you all.
Yes, and I just think that's an excellent point. As a matter of practice, in fairness to them, you know, they get that letter, and then it's another step to have to go click to see that 7-day minimum. This entire agreement was all about the 7-day minimum. And so that's good. The second thing I'm hearing is that in 2 weeks, when we come back, we'd like to know that those where some sort of, I'm just calling it probable cause, some sort of advertisement that's observed on a 7-day minimum have been notified with a courtesy letter specific to that violation. And, you know, citing the ordinance section and to say, you know, and I think it's important to let them know in a respectful manner about it, because I do agree with the city manager that most of the people will want to come into compliance. Couple more questions. And the third thing I'd ask for is a copy of the report that went to staff on 9/15. Is that something that staff can provide this council with as
The
well?
letter?
No.
The letter that we sent on 9/15?
Oh, I'm sorry, on, the contract says that on the 15th of every month, a report will be provided with a remittance of payment. And so I wanted to see the report that went to staff that's required monthly per the contract. I don't have the exact section, but it might be in the scope of work. Right here, item 9, will remit the agreed-upon portion of the unread registration fee in consideration of the services provided and provide the prior month's reports no later than the 15th day of each month to the designated party within the city. And so I think that whatever the prior month's report was, that would be helpful. And the reason why is I think it's helpful that this council just becomes familiar with what's happening, because this is an emotional issue in the city, and if we've got a good grasp on this contract and scope of work, it won't be like this forever. I think at least through March, we'll get a good handle on this and be able to move forward and back off, and we're excited. We want this to work.
Yeah, there's always, you know, a long onboarding process, especially you guys have a lot of big picture things. So I totally understand, and we're, you know, with you guys, however we can help.
And just want to make you aware that today, when I called your line, both lines, on 3 attempts, rang probably 8 to 10 times. And towards the end of the call, it said, "We're sorry, this call cannot be completed." So this is the hotline. I did call again, and someone picked up on one of the lines, but whatever that is, I want you to be aware and get those kinks worked out wherever they are. So,
Yeah, because we have it operating elsewhere and haven't had any problems, so I'll make sure that we figure out what the problem is.
thank you.
Mayor?
Councilmember Davis.
And I apologize, maybe I've missed this and I'm just confused. Did we determine, do you have to send things, violations out in batches? Or did we determine that a violation would go out, you said you could do it in a day? Did we determine that once you identified the violation, a letter would go out? Or are we, because it says it's going to be in batches, or do you have to hold them in batches in order to do that?
We typically do them in batches when we do mailings. It's just the way that the kind of the mail system works. So you're gonna batch it up like a week and then send out whatever we had that week or something, or 2 weeks depending on that. Although we talked, I don't know if they were talking about them sending out the violations, so I'm not really sure what we determined there. But I mean, we could certainly. Most of the time we like to do batches. They're one-offs. Certainly we can do that, but the way the system works, it's a lot easier to kind of batch up those notifications.
Because you can have several violations, one person in a batch.
Right, exactly. So
And
then
so-
you kind of, can't think of the word, but, reconcile those two together in that same batch, essentially.
Okay.
But you're operating under code enforcement prosecution schedule of a monthly special magistrate meeting right now. So, certainly the city could issue notices of violation as frequently as it wants to, but it would have to schedule hearings. And right now, it's on a 30-day schedule. I mean, that could always have additional special magistrate hearings, but that does dictate a little bit, the timing of, getting the information, deciding whether or not it's a violation worth prosecuting, and then prosecuting and sending out the notice of hearing. Right now, a 30-day schedule with the special magistrate.
Yep, if we're violating someone, in my opinion, who hasn't been notified in writing, as Councilmember Raymond said on that letter, 2 to 3 times, I think that's premature. It's been going on a long time, but then we are going to whittle it down to the people who clearly, I think, have been given reasonable opportunity. I mean, this has been on the books since the 80s, but.
Well, that's my point is, I would like to see a notification go out. We have this much data now that, we are watching, we are seeing what you're doing. And, come January 4th, then we build the case for the magistrate, right? But just,
And I think we have consensus that
I'm on board with that.
those.
yeah, okay, thank you.
I've got a list of some of them are technical issues that I don't think is a good use of the time for the meeting. I'm going to email those over to Todd, just some things in the contract. But are there any more questions for Mike from this council? No more? I want to thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
If you guys need
We're here to work with you.
more, certainly, open communication.
Thank you. So this item, number 2, this time, Mayor Emeritus Randalls, would you like to take this opportunity to speak? I got a comment card from you here on agenda item 2.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Rocky Randall, city of Cape Canaveral, live at 308 East Central. And I have to say, I am impressed. This League of Cities in the state of Florida has been working on this for 3 years, 4 years. We've been in Tallahassee. We have been everywhere. Nobody, no city, to my knowledge, has gotten this far. And I'm impressed, at least in Florida. I don't know the other states. The seriousness of having your neighborhood, I won't say destroyed, but changed from a residential neighborhood to every week a different people there, and sometimes they stay 2 days and sometimes they stay 3 days, and it's usually I won't say a party, but it's an opportunity for entertainment. This can destroy a small community, and it has in many, many beachside areas. So I just commend Mr. Baldwin, if that's his name, for this and what he has accomplished and for the council, because for a beachside community that's small like we are, it's nice to know who your neighbor is, rather than somebody with a green car that came and left and a blue one replaced it the next day. So council, staff, and the residents, because this has been a prime concern for years for beachside communities, and I think we're probably leading the pack as usual in getting things done for the League of Cities. So pat yourself on the back, and the residents support this. This is very disturbing to a neighborhood that maybe it's a small one like Ocean Woods, where you're 6 feet away from your next door apartment, and suddenly it's 4 different people there in this next week. So thank you, and thanks for following up with this. This is really much greater than I expected. Thanks, team.
Thank you. We'll keep it in front of us, and I think that's the goal. And I want to thank staff and this council for trying to work through it. It's certainly, I think, uncharted territory for some of us, but we'll get a handle on it. Just to recap where we are, and to make sure that city manager, I think we have alignment and on the same page is, well, first I'll go to council. I want to propose that we bring this back in a couple weeks and just keep it in front of us for another update. I don't think Pro Champs needs to be here for a full presentation. No action needed, but at least provided in the agenda summary or in the agenda packet, some sort of summary on here's where we picked up, here's where we've left off, and we can review it in our agenda packets. Again, no action needed. If council chooses to, we can. But I think a summary of the status of updated numbers from what we've seen today would be helpful. And council, please chime in if there's anything else. Number 2 would be that the letters were sent notifying 7-day minimum violations, courtesy letters, nothing of violation, just simply saying, however our city attorney wants to word it, that would be helpful, and to know how many of those went out to them. And I think the report that was provided by the 15th of this month would be the third thing that I'd like to take a look at. And a copy of the first letter, I think, that went to Council or Mayor Pro Tem Callum. Those are the items that I've heard tonight. If there's any other ones that this council wants, let's add them now. And
I would just like to comment that the letter that you sent me, Dave, this is exactly, and y'all get a copy of it, but it states the ordinance, and it says, that we approved passage of this on such date, and that, if you just say that you are, we're watching, you're in violation, this is a courtesy letter, something like that is perfect. We don't want to be unfair to, people have property rights, I get it, but there's a lot of people that live here that also have property rights. And, with Mayor Emers Randall's being here, I was doing some research and found agenda minutes from 2007 where y'all were talking about the same thing and how we had to get our arms around it because it was going to get out of hand. And now here we are, and we're being reactive instead of proactive. But, my feelings are, I'm not against it. I just want the people to go by the rules. And the people that if they come here for 7 days, they're going to spend money in our restaurants and the things in our city. If they're here for a day, we have 9 hotels that they can stay at. And, it's just really important to the residents that live here. And I live in Harbor Heights, and we have 3 or 4 now in our neighborhood where the people, we finally have families coming back to Cape Canaveral, and they're living next door to a rental that are up all night partying. So this is a very important issue for our residents, and I thank the staff, and I'm glad we have Pro Champs, and they're willing to have an open communication so we can get this right for the people of the city. So that's all.
Thank you, agreed. Are there any other items that this council would like to add for next month? And does this council in consensus agree to have an update here in a couple of weeks? Even if it's not a substantial change, but just in the spirit of keeping this in front of us, 1-pager is fine with me.
Just to clarify, it would come back as a discussion item update.
I would say it could be no action needed, just
Because we can just send an email to the council. It doesn't need to be part of the agenda.
I would like for the opportunity for council to discuss it. And
Okay.
so I think, and then being able to distribute it in the public agenda format so the public gets it as well. I think the public gets an update when we do it that way.
Sure, we'll put it under items for discussion, and then there'll be the update item.
Okay,
No action.
yes, thank you. It could be consent agenda. It could say the monthly report, put it right on the consent agenda. And so, however you see fit. Thank you.
I think it's appropriate, since we have to be able to analyze it and to renew the contract in a year's time. So I do think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I did get a comment card here on this item from Miss Resident Property Owner Kay Jackson. Kay, if you're here, please come up to the podium.
I have questions really more than anything because I want to make sure that I understand and I'm complying to what we're doing. I'm a property manager here in the area, and one of my concerns is in the past, we had 30-day minimum rentals for certain zones within our city. And so you weren't supposed to be renting for less than 7 or for 7 days anyway. And I can't figure out how we got from that to where a 7 days allowed throughout the city. And I don't understand how that will eliminate someone living in a residential neighborhood having someone next door that's making noise, leaving trash, and that kind of thing. Because if you live in a residential neighborhood, and we had zoned before our R1 neighborhoods for a minimum 30, I don't understand how this is gonna eliminate that. So that's one thing I don't understand, and I would like, and I imagine other people that have been here a long time would like clarification too, so that we can do what you all want us to do. The other thing that I would like to request that the council take into consideration is there are a couple of properties that were grandfathered for 7 days, and they are in what used to be a 30-day zone. Now, when these meetings happened and the 7-day happened before, we were told, like you all have addressed tonight, you know, that you could not rent to more than one person during that period. And I agree with the council on the 3 days and things like that, because I've seen in our city what you get, and you get everyone coming from anywhere for a couple of days, and that makes it a little bit more difficult with what we get. So, but as a property manager, I have targeted business travelers who stayed for 5 days, and I block out a day before and after. And I'm sitting here thinking, I need to go back and cancel some reservations on these people and tell them, sorry, you gotta stay in a hotel. So how do we handle that as property managers, and how will this help the residents if I can make as much noise in a 7-day period? We did better with a 30-day minimum rental in the residential zoned areas in the past than we did, and how did we get to minimum 7 all over the city? Now, also, you all have mentioned the legislation saying that we can't restrict people on how they use their property through the state, and I know that Airbnb was pushing this legislation with their lobbyists, which fell apart in April of this past year. So I don't know how we got there either.
Good questions, thank you. I think we can tackle these and bring them up at the next meeting, but I want to repeat your questions back. The 30-day, when did the transition happen and why? The grandfathered in issue on properties that maybe they already have an existing contract, or the grandfathered, I'm not familiar with that. And last, was it about the 5-day circumstance that you're in? And are those the three
Yes.
questions? Okay.
And what happened at the state level, because all the legislation that I've looked at, because I followed this carefully, because I want to follow the guidelines. But also, I'll tell you, I mean, I live in a resort community that has rentals. However, when I had a house in Orlando, I didn't want anyone renting next to me. So if I'm able to rent for 7 days in a residential zone, and in the past, those 7 days were not allowed, they were 30-day minimum rentals in our past year. So I don't know how that changed.
Okay.
Or when it changed.
We will,
We had a couple of properties that have been condo hotels that changed over to, and changed use, and they were grandfathered in from their original use. And the rest of the areas nearby were literally residentially zoned with a 30-day minimum. And I understand the state may say you get to use your property, Mr. Property Owner, for rentals and that kind of thing. But that, to me, that doesn't mean that since the legislation fell apart for the Airbnb legislation, I don't understand how we're getting to these conclusions.
You would send an email, I think,
Yes.
to at least me, I don't know if the other council members got it, summarizing. These items were in that email.
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, I will forward that to our city manager and attorney, and then we will get back with an update on your questions.
And that's fine. I'm more than happy to comply to whatever the council decides. But because of the fact that I target market some of our space industry and those guys that come in for a week and they come in for 5 days, and along with COVID guidelines, which require a reset period on any unit that you're out there renting, I shut it down for 24 before and after. So for me to do a 7-day rental, I'm gonna be really.
9.
I'm shutting it down for 9 days. And I'll tell you something, if it's too difficult, my owners will be really disappointed because I'll just close it. It's not worth it to me.
Thank you.
I wanna be in compliance, and I don't wanna have to spend a ton of time making sure that I'm not doing the wrong thing.
Thank you.
But if it becomes like that, then if I'm shutting them down every 10 days for the whole thing, I'm not sure I can, it's gonna impact the bottom line.
Thank you. I think this council will be interested in that. We'll work on that together. City manager, yeah?
Mayor, if I could help, I think we could possibly answer most, if not all, of your questions tonight.
Let's do it.
The city council does not, the city code currently does not support a 30-day minimum in any zoning district. There are condominiums that have that in their bylaws, a minimum 30-day rental, and other periods as well. But the city code does not put it in a zoning district as a regulation. So there's no 30-day zoning district at all. But what the city did in the 1980s was recognize that there are some condominiums and other associations that have 30-day minimums, and then some that do not. And in their wisdom at the time, they said, we need to get ahead of this and we need to put a 7-day minimum in. So regardless of what they may or may not do or change to in the future, you can never go below 7. And that's what's in the books today, and that's what we're enforcing. We do not enforce a 30-day minimum.
Yes, but we set a precedence long, long time ago, and all the way from when that in 2000, the 2005 to 7 range, because I was in those planning and zoning meetings myself, and they said, if you don't have more than one person in there, well, everyone went wild with that, and I understand why the council wants to address this, and I understand why citizens don't want that. If we wanted 3-day minimum, and I'll be honest with you, I have rentals in Cocoa Beach too, and you know what? Someone wants 3 days, I send them down there because theirs is 3 days. So I get that. But on the beach along, and I have the old zoning maps, I'd have to dig them out of storage, and they literally discuss the fact that there were only 2 properties on the beach that were gonna allow 7-day rentals, and that they were going to deal with 30-day minimums on all the rest in R1 zoned areas and R2 zoned areas. So I don't know how this got this way. I was in those meetings. Although I'm not arguing with it, I just need to know. And I even had someone talking to me this weekend who doesn't rent at all. He gets very aggravated as well with the 3 days and stuff like that. And he said when he confirmed it and he was on a condo board, that code enforcement told him the same thing. If you don't have more than one person in the unit at the time, or for over a weekly period, that you're okay. Now, that's not what's in writing, I get it, 7 days is in writing, but we've had habits before that I think we need to take into consideration how to communicate that to property managers that are not following those rules. I'm seeing that daily myself too, because they need to know to do this. Because it was a habit, it was, however it came about, it might have been a habit, I don't know, but this is what's been occurring.
Thank you.
I just hope that I've added some clarity that we do not enforce 30-day minimums. We just don't do that.
I understand, you said that, yes.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Kay. I appreciate your comments, and I think we'll have some answers beyond what the city manager already provided. Okay, at this time, are there any more items this council would like to do in regards to this? Final time? Thank you. Seeing none, I don't think we need to take any action. That was a discussion item, And at this time, I'd like to move for a 6-minute recess to reconvene at 7:30 and to take up item number 3. So move that we have a recess. Thank you. It was distracting. All right, we're going to get started here. Thank you. All right, so now we're moving on to item number 3 for discussion, review of proposed purchase of 7404 North Atlantic Avenue, known as the Civic Hub Project, frequently known as the Promenade. I've got a couple of comment cards, but before we go there and we'll talk with council, I want to let our city manager give us a quick overview of what's happening, please.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last council meeting, the city council heard community concerns about the project, and there was an item on the agenda about supporting an interlocal agreement between the city council and its CRA for funding the note, the $1.2 million note. That item actually got tabled to this meeting, and that was one of the reasons for this meeting. And it has come back as item 4. So that item appears on this agenda as item 4, the tabled interlocal agreement. The council also asked for, let's bring the whole ball of wax back and let's review the whole thing. So we put that in as agenda item 3. So agenda item 3 is the whole ball of wax, and specifically that's 4 things that are on the screen there. The first thing the council wanted to see was an opinion letter from the city's financial advisor on what are the ramifications if we prepay, in other words, go ahead and give the money back. The second one is a requested legal opinion from our city attorney regarding the termination of if we were to terminate this council or this approval or this agreement with the property owner. The third one is to review the draft lease agreement, which is also in here. And the last one is to review the draft minutes of that item from that meeting. And that meeting had some interesting information in it, and that's very helpful, I think, in the decision-making here. So we can go through the items one at a time, Mayor, if you like, and I can give a brief summary of each one if you like, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first one is the ramifications of prepayment of the $1.2 million capital improvement note. Jeff Larson is our city's financial advisor, and he wanted to be here tonight. However, he had a family item come up that he couldn't be here, but John said he is available by phone. If we have questions for him tonight, we can put him on the phone. Basically, what he said in his letter is that there are 4 typical reasons why a city might do this. The prepayment of the loan, and it appears in his observation that the council changing course is not one of those 4 things. It opens that up into a new area of well, where does that potentially land us? So we asked him to include in that scenario, that 5th thing that is not typical, what are the impacts or the potential impacts of something like that if the city council were to just change their mind and want to give the money back? So to that point, he wrote the 3 impacts, and I'm turning to that page if you'll give me just a moment. I'm referring to attachment 2. On the second page of that, Daniel, if you'll keep scrolling. There's 3 bullet points. Keep scrolling. There you go. Potential impacts. First one is the note closing and repayment of same would need to be disclosed on the annual audit. While not presenting any material event to the city, we're not accustomed to having a client change its mind on a project after prior approval, other than the first 4 reasons above. Bullet number 2 is this could present some additional discussions on a future financing request from a bank and reduce the number of respondents, as a bank does spend time on reviewing and responding to a bank RFP and does not respond to every RFP. I think the implication there is maybe we might be looked at a little bit differently after this happens, and we might not get all the looks or all the quotes that we might otherwise get. The third and final one is it would also be a point of discussion on a future bond financing in terms of discussions with either rating agencies or a bond insurer. And I think what Jeff is saying there is, hey, we don't know how that's going to go. What he's overall saying is this is an unusual way to cancel or to prepay, and there are unknowns associated with this that could have potential impacts. Regardless, he's willing to help us in any direction we want to go with this, as is staff. So that's the first one. The second one is the letter from the city attorney. and that's attachment 3. And I'm going to summarize Anthony's writing to say, we have an amazing attorney. He's not going to say that, but I will. And he writes things very well. So he thought about this and protecting the city's interests. He wrote in there in a few places, the city can cancel for any reason. So we're well protected in that contract. We can cancel for any reason. The third one is the attachment number 4, and that's the lease agreement. And we do have the tenants here tonight, correct? If you'll raise your hands if the tenants are here. Yes, they're here. Thank you. If the council does decide they want to move forward with the process of purchasing and closing on this, then the council would be requested to make a decision on the lease agreement. Do we want to approve this lease agreement? Do we want to not do a lease agreement? Or do we want to amend the lease agreement? And then the last item is the minutes, and that's the background information. And the background information I think that's applicable here is the tenants who were here at the last meeting were very helpful. They talked about they would be willing to relocate both of them by December 27th, and that date's important because that is the 90-day point of the closing for the contract. But they both requested some relocation assistance in terms of grant assistance, and the minimum numbers are $5,000 for tenant number 1 and $10,000 for tenant number 2, and that would be requested the city pay to help relocate them. So, Mayor, that's the quick overview of the whole thing, and the way that I see it, we should look at this as a decision tree. Is the first at the top is, do we want to proceed with the purchase and sale agreement? Yes or no? And that with that addressed, if we go no, then we know we'll work with the city's financial advisor to return the money. That's the shortest and simplest route. If the council says yes, we want to proceed with this, then obviously that makes the interlocal agreement item of a necessity that we would want to approve that, because the city's general fund was not planning on paying for this note. It was always the CRA that was going to plan for funding this. So that makes item 4 a foregone conclusion if we say yes to that first question. But also, if we say yes to that first question, then the next question we're going to ask is, well, what about the tenants? What do we want to do? Do we want a lease agreement? The tenants have indicated that they're willing to leave, but they have requested financial assistance. They're willing to leave prior to closing, which means we could theoretically not even need a lease agreement. So that has to be handled, and that will be handled by handling the last one, which is, what does this council want to do for these tenants? If we follow that path, what do we want to do for these tenants? They've made it clear what their minimum ask is for relocation assistance. So I think starting at the top is, what is the will of this council on pursuing and closing this purchase and sale agreement? We'll start there.
Thank you. Yes, and so the question of do we want to move forward with this project is a big one, and I think that the will of this council was to get what it looked like to go an alternative route and to see those options. And there were 2 contracts that were really being questioned, which, thank you, our city manager, whenever. One was the sale and purchase contract to actually acquire the asset. And it looks like, according to the terms of that agreement, the city can essentially, anytime between now and December 27th, can essentially walk away and not move forward, not close. There's also a 30-day unilateral extension, I believe, of 30 days within that. Beyond, the seller is obligated to be paid if that date comes before we cancel, for a lack of better words, or not move forward. So we'll either extend, cancel, or pay by that date. And I think that, I agree, I'm clear on that side of it. I don't have a lot of questions around that. The second one is where I think I'd like to spend some time, at least, is to try to simplify this, is the loan agreement. And so The status today where the city is the funds are in the bank. So we closed on a loan agreement, I think, in September, roughly, and those funds were dispersed. And the consulting firm, Larson Consulting, gave us an overview, which is item number 1, gather background on financial ramifications of prepayment of $1.2 million. And from my review, there are no significant credit or ability to borrow risks from what I can see in the future for the city of Cape Canaveral. The reason is that because there is a 2% prepayment fee that is due, call that interest for lack of better words, and so on the $1.2 million note, that would be $24,000 that we would pay. So the bank, the lender, has addressed this scenario already, and I don't think that that option, and I guess the first question of the council, if we can just go tunnel vision on that for a second, is to say 2%, the bank is happy. I mean, the original term of the note was a 10-year note, 1.2 million, roughly 1.5% interest rate. They would essentially make $90,000 roughly in interest over a 10-year term. So $90,000 over 10 years, or they get paid $24,000 in
90 days.
90 days. I think the bank's happy with making $24,000 in 90 days. And so that's important for me to say, because there was some concerns in the last meeting about, like it's a bad thing to pay this loan back early. And from what I see is, the only bad thing is we would have to pay a 2% penalty. So $24,000 is the number that's floating around in my head on what we would have to pay. The next thing I want to bring up to this council is we asked what has been expensed already. And so today we clarified, I think $50,000 was the number that was floating around on the cost of issuance, which includes attorney fees for our city attorney and their firm and their work on this with drafting the purchase agreement, the loan agreements, the ordinance, and then there was attorney fees on the bank side as well. There was a fee that went to Larson Consulting Firm, who basically brought in over 100, I think, bids or estimates or quotes from banks, offers, and we ended up going with Sonova Bank. And they helped guide us through that process, and they're still with us today to make sure that the city is securing a good loan. So that fee has been paid to them. And then there was another fee that was paid to a firm that I think we confirmed it was for professional services, and that looked like it was on the bank side. To sum up, 4 fees, one for legal, one for brokerage on our side, a third one for legal, and a third for professional services, and maybe that's brokerage on their side. That totaled about $44,000. That money has been paid. There's roughly another $4,000 to $5,000 that's been paid because we're under the inspection period, the due diligence period, of, I think, $4,000 to $5,000 for an environmental phase 1 study, which was done on the property. And then we got a survey done as well. There will be an additional $6,000, I think, roughly for an asbestos
Which is on hold.
survey, and thanks to our city manager, after hearing this last meeting, that would have probably already been done. That was placed on hold based on the sentiment he got from the last meeting, so that would be another $5,000, $6,000. And after that, we're not going to do a building inspection on a building that we're going to demolish. And so environmental survey and asbestos and some few other things was in there. So $44,000 that went out to what we're calling cost of issuance for legal and professional services and brokerage fees. And then there's another $5,000 that is for the due diligence items that we've done today. So we're looking at roughly $50,000 that is sunk costs. Add in the $24,000 prepayment penalty, we'd be at roughly let's call it $75,000 out. And that would be the hard cost, or soft cost rather, that the city would forego. That was a question I had in the last meeting, and I want to make sure that the council all agrees that it's $44,000 for cost of issuance, $5,000 for the due diligence items, and $24,000, which has not been paid yet, in a 2% penalty. Or I don't even want to call it a penalty. It's a 2% fee. And kind of working in reverse is, I don't see any credit or issues. I would like to ask Mr. Larson, not now, but after council gets a chance to talk, whether or not he's concerned on our ability to go out and borrow again in the future based on a decision to repay, and if so, why? And with that, I will pause and like to hear from the council. Really try to start, because there's about 4 or 5 items here, just on the loan terms first, and see if we have alignment on that being the cost. So, anyway.
So what was your total?
$44,000 for the cost of issuance, which was the legal fees for the bank and for us, and then the brokerage and professional service fees. And then there was $5,000 that went into environmental and surveys,
So if you add all that up, what's the total?
$50,000, roughly.
Roughly.
And we thought it was more like 55, but the cost, so. Does this council agree that that's generally what we're looking at as far as just costs?
Excuse me, I'd like to ask, is there anything that we're missing? Because I was under the assumption that it was closer to $100,000. So is there anything that we are missing that would add up?
John, you want to take that one?
If I may.
Please.
Yeah, in terms of additional costs, now paying the loan back, we're going to get Mr. Larson on the phone, like the mayor said, after the comments are all done. And then there may be some additional costs in paying these folks, coordinating the repayment of the loan. The thing that, if you're asking if there's any other costs incurred, well, of course there's a lot of costs. You're talking to one of the costs right now. And the staff, our attorney, and additional costs and following up on the request from council, and the coordination of just the hours of staff probably easily totaled $25,000. I mean, I might be going a little bit low there. So you could say that, we have at least $100,000 put into this already. If it's repaid and we have to pay to $24,000, that's realistic. I don't think anybody could dispute that. At this point, that's what that is. Now, I don't want to jump the gun, because the mayor only brought up one scenario, and that's paying the loan back. So when the mayor goes on to say other scenarios, I will give you the impacts of those scenarios.
But as far as the cost, just to clarify, I understand that there's soft costs for staff's time. That has not been calculated.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But the cost is $44,000 plus 5, we're at $50,000.
Yes.
Is that right? And I heard 100 too at the last meeting, so please, just making sure it's 50 and we haven't calculated time of staff labor. And those were you sent us receipts for all of those.
That's correct. We had to
Okay.
pay those, right? When we closed on the loan, you have to pay the people who do the work.
So I think the summary is approximately $75,000 in hard costs and maybe another $25,000 in soft costs, therefore $100,000.
I don't want to assume 25,000 until that's calculated. I think that that would be, if we want to go down the route and say it's just 25,000 so that we hit that 100 that we were saying, I want to see where $25,000 came out of staff labor to review this project.
So what you're saying, Mayor, is you'd like me to go back to the November meetings or whenever this was disputed, and then go to people's time cards and whatever it may be, and roll up those costs. That's what you'd like me to do, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
That's the only way to determine.
unless we do that, I don't want to be tossing around a $25,000 number. At least some sort of justification of how you would get to $25,000 in costs would be helpful,
Well,
without doing a
calling-
deep dive.
Respectfully calling this meeting to relook at these things, this is all cost, so.
Right, and my point is, until we're willing to calculate the cost of that, we shouldn't be tossing around $25,000.
Not until we get to that point, because you have brought up other scenarios that you're interested in.
Yeah, I'm just talking about for receipt expenses. I understand that my times are to all times when in this, I'm cheap though, so we don't draw big salaries, but that's my point, is we're at $50,000 with receipts.
We're at $50,000 right now, excluding labor and any payment that's needed to cover the cost of repaying the loan. That's correct. We're at $50,000 of issuing costs right now.
And the cost to repay the loan is $24,000.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Davis? Thank you.
No, I guess you're going to, later, we're going to get to the additional costs? Is that, or, because I think we need to look at the total cost, so I'm asking, you're going to talk about the additional costs later, or do we need to address that now? Because honestly, by the time we finish this, it could be more than $25,000 if we continue. So $25,000 could be the minimum. We could be looking at 30, 40, we don't know. So I agree, we need a total number, but I think instead of just saying $50,000, we need to look at the totality of all of it. So if we're going to address that later, then I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis, any? Just trying to talk about the bank loan right now.
Well, judging from information that Mr. DeLeo had given me, those numbers that you're putting forth are correct as we stand right now, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Raymond?
Do you just want me to address the loan?
Yeah, for now, because we're just trying to make sure that we all agree on the number for receipts that's been expensed by the city.
All right, and the loan was
Email John,
1.61%, which is really a wonderful loan that we were able to secure. Is that what you want me to say?
No, I'm trying to say, do you agree that the amount of money that we've expensed so far is roughly $50,000 in receipts? The email that John sent you and everyone, he showed $44,000 in receipts in that. And then our community development director, David Dickey, provided us with another roughly $5,000 in due diligence items, which gets us to $50,000.
All right, okay.
This is I agree with Councilmember Davis. That's just where we are today. Tomorrow, with an asbestos, it'll be at $56,000, because that's how much that's going to cost. And if John goes and calculates time and labor and all, we might see other soft costs. And I think it's fair to say that needs to be considered. I'm trying to lock out the vault that what we agree on the expense, because we were saying $100,000 in the last meeting. We did not know. Today, we've been able to review receipts.
Okay, so it's
Mayor Pro Tem.
50,000, and then the 24,000.
Yes, and if we repay the loan, it'll be another $24,000.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
be
in
at
agreement.
$74,000 would be the total cost to go down an alternative route of not moving forward.
Gotcha.
And is that including the additional staff costs and everything else?
No, that.
Your 75,000? It's
No.
not.
It's exclusive of
So we're still looking
labor.
at a total number.
No, that needs to be considered. So I think that brings up that's a good transition, is to go, what are the estimated, are there any other costs other than the 2% penalty that was not provided in our report that we would have to pay? And if that's a question for Mr. Larson, that's something I think this council wants to look at now, is we're at 74,000 right now. What else are we missing?
Well, based on your question, you're not missing anything until you ask me to compute the staff costs and the cost of this meeting that generated this discussion.
Will there be any more costs with the bank other than the 2% penalty?
I'd like to get Mr. Larson on the phone, if you would.
That would be very helpful. Yes, please. Thank you.
And hopefully you'll be able to hear through the.
Jeff Larson.
Hey, Jeff, Mr. Larson, John DeLeo. I'm in the council meeting, and I've got you against a mic here, and the mayor is going to ask a few questions, and maybe council will, and if you could answer those questions based on the scenarios that he's giving you.
Okay, I'd be happy to. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, Mr. Mayor and Council, but I had a family matter come up. So.
Well, we hope and pray everything's okay with you, and thank you for taking the call. Just a test, can you hear me okay, Mr. Larson?
Yes, sir, you're kind of reverberating, but if you ask the question, maybe then John could ask it or something, because I hear him very clearly.
Okay, good. My first question is, are there any additional costs other than the 2% that the bank or
If the
their
loan,
firm?
okay, the mayor's question is if the loan was to be paid in its entirety tomorrow, would there be any additional costs incurred by anything you're doing, any of the bank staff is doing, or any of the other, anything else involved with bond counsel or anything of that nature?
Right. I mentioned that in the second page of my memo. I'm not going to charge, our firm's not going to charge a fee. I cannot speak for bond counsel. I would estimate that they don't have to give an opinion. I cannot speak for the bank and the bank counsel. We would endeavor, Mr. Mayor and council, to work closely with the city attorney to kind of take on most of the efforts. You know, we would prepare schedules with Mr. DeLeo showing how the prepayment is there. You know, there is the fee of the 2% to the bank. If there are any fees, I have not spoken with Mr. Garganese from his firm's perspective. You know, we would want to make sure that the note is paid off and defeased and retired and get back the original note that the bank has. And that's usually surrendered to the city clerk, city attorney, or to John. If there are any fees, I would think they'd be, you know, $5,000 to $10,000 as an estimate from everybody. But again, our firm would not charge any fees. But I would need to confirm that with the bond counsel, city attorney, the bank, and the bank counsel. Typically, in a prepayment, there's not fees. You just pay off the note. But this is a little unusual case, so.
I would assume that any fees should have already been spelled out in the contract. Maybe this is a question, that's the question I'd like to ask him, is why would we get a surprise fee that's not already in the contract?
His question is, the mayor's question is, why would we get any unknown or surprise fees if it wasn't spelled out in the contract?
The loan agreement and the bond ordinance are the legal documents that were reviewed and signed off by everybody, including the council, and they all tie into the closing that occurred on October 21st for the note. I have an agreement with the city. I know your city attorney does. bond counsel was engaged to do the financing, and the bank counsel responded to a bank RFP. That's why I have to be a little gray in terms of bond counsel and the bank counsel. These are reasonable firms. They're very experienced firms. And again, I'm very optimistic that the fees, if any, are going to be minimal, and we would take on most of the, quantitative work and explain, the prepayment and the payoff and coordinate it. So there may be some fees, but there is no agreement that you have with bond counsel to do the payoff. Typically, if let's say this note was being retired as part of a longer-term bond financing, then bond counsel's fees would be taken care of in the new financing. There's no new financing here, so this is a little unusual.
So if I understand it, the bond counsel, the bank counsel, our city attorney, and your firm have already been paid out in full.
Yes, for the financing that closed on October 21st. All those fees were paid. Yes, sir, you're correct.
And the terms of the contract that governs a termination or a prepayment are spelled out with a 2% fee.
The 2% fee covers the bank, so I don't think the bank is going to charge anything because they get the 2% fee. And I'm very hopeful that there's not a lot of I'd have to defer to the city attorney, but I know when a note is paid off and refinanced or paid off, people typically are paid on the new deal. There is no new deal here. So we just want to make sure that the deal gets paid off properly, the note is retired, and it's both financially and legally defeased is the legal term for it. But there is no agreement that says, hey, if the note is paid off, here's what bank counsel gets paid. My agreement gives me latitude, and that's why I've said, because of the relationship with the city, we would not charge anything. I don't know how your city attorney would handle it. I don't think bond counsel would charge anything, and I'm very hopeful bank counsel won't either. Again, we would make it a very smooth, coordinated process, and come to them and say, this is the situation, and hopefully it would be that case, but I don't want you to be surprised in case somebody does charge you a fee. We won't, my firm won't, but I can't speak for the other firms.
Okay. So from what I'm hearing, it's unlikely that we would have any fee from your firm, Larson, no fee. The bank is getting a 2% fee. They've already told us what their fee would be, so we can assume that's $24,000, which we've already factored. I don't see why the bond counsel or the bank counsel, they probably get paid out of the 2% fee, because those aren't the parties that the bank counsel, maybe our city attorney can chime in. I would understand if our city attorney needed some hours and time to wrap things up, that makes sense. But to me, the obligation to pay that other counsel, that wouldn't be on us, would it?
I would imagine bank counsel definitely would be included in the prepayment penalty, but that's an assumption on my part. Bond counsel, I don't know what, if anything, bond counsel would have to do. I mean, normally when you just pay off a loan regularly, I mean, my time would be minimal. I mean, I don't even know if I would have a role on paying off an existing note. I'm not sure if any legal instruments would be necessary other than paying and getting the note back, but I can't speak for bond counsel. It is a tax exempt, so there might be some filings with the IRS.
There's tax exempt,
that would have to be noticed.
That will come under a different scenario when the mayor brings that scenario up. But this particular scenario, probably, my job here would be to send a wire to the bank.
Got it.
Yeah, we would do a one-page closing, John, with you to say the city, that we'd get an invoice from the bank that says, here's the 1.2 million to be paid off, here's the accrued interest from the loan date until the payoff date, and here's the 2% fee. We would have them communicate that. We would agree with the calculations with your finance director, and we would have on a certain date, well in advance, a week ahead of time, we tell the bank we're going to pay you off on this date. They would confirm receipt of the funds. We would verify that, and then they would return, as soon as they're paid off, they would return the original note. So the city had that in their keeping. And if we don't do much with the legal side, then there may not be costs for bond counsel and bank counsel and the city attorney, but there may be some hours from those legal firms put into it. I don't think the bank's going to charge anything because they get the 2%. So.
Thank you. As far as in your comment on potential impacts, you said this could present some additional discussions on future financing requests from the bank and reduce the number of respondents as the bank does spend time. That sounds bad to me, that we're not going, there's going to be banks that aren't interested in offering us or lending us money in the future. Can you explain what you meant by that and why this would be I guess, a black eye for the city?
Yes, sir. And again, this was a question, again, it's a gray area response, but we send this out to many, many different banks, 25 to 30 banks, and we can never predict who's going to respond. It depends on their appetite. It depends on their situation, maybe who is the bank representative for the bank at the time. The last two notes in 2014 and 17 were done with Hancock Bank, and there's been a change in the banker there. They had the RFP did not respond. So we got very, very good responses. So anytime a bank gets an RFP, they have the opportunity to choose to respond and not respond. We encourage them to respond. We proactively, my staff, call them, wake them up, make sure they have it. If they have any questions, we probably have 2 or 3 contacts that go out to them just to encourage a response. If somebody would respond in the future, what they would get is they would get a copy of your latest audit, and the audit would say you closed this transaction on October 21st, and it was paid off, prepaid in full on a subsequent date. That would probably raise a question they would ask of us, and we would need to tell them that the city council decided not to proceed with the project, and I don't really know how a bank would respond. The RFP responses take time. We require them to get credit approval. Their lawyers look at it. And for the size of the transactions, we don't have the major Wall Street banks respond. So the 30 banks that get it, we probably are down to 15 that are going to respond, and we're very excited that 6 did. So there is a possibility somebody's going to say, well, hold a second, if I and this is just a what if I have to tell you, Mr. Mayor, that if you have a situation in the future, they may respond, well, how do I know they're really, serious about this? Why would I take time to respond to an RFP to a city that, a few months after closing a deal decided to pay it off? So people respond. Some banks don't respond, as John can tell you, because they don't have an investment relationship with you. So banks they don't report to me, they don't report to the city. They're going to decide to respond based on their own analysis and everything. This would be done, if you decide to pay it off, be done very discreetly. It would be disclosed in your financials, and it may be that nobody raises the issue, if we go forward in the future with another financing. But I was asked the question, and I had to at least say some banks do ask things like that, and I needed to be at least tell you that that's a possibility.
And I guess my question is where is the issue if we pay our 2% penalty? The bank's going to get paid $24,000 and going to be able to redeploy $1.2 million back into the market to someone else. To me, that's the agreement they wanted. They consented to that. They should be happy. Why is that going to be, and I'm not saying you're saying it is a concern, but what bank would be concerned about us prepaying as long as we pay our fee in full?
Yeah, no, they're not concerned about the financial ability of the city. As you saw in the responses we got, you got very aggressive rates from banks. It's not a financial situation. It's really time is money situation from somebody in the financial services business. Is this one I want to respond to or not respond to? Do they know? To the city? Is it the type of project they like? And it could be some people see this and they decide they just don't respond. They may not tell that to me or John. But it's a possibility. That's why I had to put it in my memo. I was asked that question.
Jeff, if I may too, it's, sometimes it's more about, it's more about that, hey, I got my money back. It is a relationship thing and a perception thing. And for instance, a good example is, and you told the mayor, the 14 and 17 note for Hancock Bank, we have a wonderful relationship with Hancock Bank, but we do know that they've changed leadership. So interestingly enough, I actually expected Hancock Bank to respond and they didn't, but maybe their philosophy is different based on what their leadership is. Well, if leadership changes at these places, at Synovus Bank or whatever, maybe the next time they see Cape Canaveral's name, they'll say, oh no, we know we'll get our money back, but the time we put in, that our staffs put in, and the due diligence, it can raise a question. So we don't really know who's going to respond to our next capital note. There's no guarantees. And we saw that with Hancock Bank, just a change of leadership, all of a sudden, because, our credit rating is fantastic and whatever. So, you just don't know. So I think you're giving the mayor the best possible answer.
Well, and Mayor, just financially, I heard you say something about the 2% fee. The 2% fee is there just, the bank would much rather have you not pay off the loan and they have the loan on their books. Believe me, mathematically, they're making more on the loan being there than just the 2% fee being paid off. So the 2% fee is there, but they would much prefer to have the loan in place on their books. That's the interest income is where they're making more money than the 2%.
They're going to lose.
That helps at all.
They're going to lose $74,000 over a period of 9 years and 8 months.
Yeah, they would rather have a 10-year loan with a credit like Cape Canaveral, but that's just neither here nor there.
Yeah, I think that I'm hearing a lot of confidence on what the bank's opinion is going to be by servicing the note to maturity, but I'm hearing a little confidence about what the bank's opinion is going to be if we pay it off early. And I think that that's what the bank needs to tell us. Synovus Bank, you're trying to tell me that would not be excited about making $24,000 in 60 days opposed to making $90,000 over the term of the loan? We had over 100 respondents get back to that loan or respond to that opportunity, and to me, I have not heard anything. It's a bunch of, well, maybe it's going to raise a question if leadership changes, but to me, they're going to get paid $24,000. They can turn around and loan that money right back. It does not hurt our credit worthiness. We made good on the terms of our loan that they fully agreed to. They've addressed this. That bank loan was deep. They thought about this scenario. They asked themselves, what would it cost? What would the percentage need to be for them? Not to mention, they've already been paid out $7,500 or roughly to cover their professional service fees, or someone who handled that line of work. Your firm has been paid out $13,500. Another firm was paid out $13,000, the BMO, and we're in at $44,000. And so you're not going to make any more money or less money with us, whether we pay this loan over the life of the term. The bank's not, they would make another $70,000, but when you look at time value of money and net present value calculations, I'll challenge you to find me any banker that wouldn't take $24,000 over 60 days opposed to $90,000 over 10 years. I'm not a finance expert. I may not be right, but I think the bank has addressed this. And so what I'm hearing today is that we are looking at roughly, we've got $24,000, and if anything, according to our city attorney, Mr. Larson, you said less than 5,000. We're talking about, I don't think we're going to have any extra fees from the attorney firms, from the BMO, the Bryant Miller, the legal bank counsel. The bank's not going to have anything. Larson Consulting's not going to have anything. Our city attorney said, if anything, minimal. I haven't heard $1 extra. And if we're going to calculate staff time for projects, well, then I would like to know what the staff time is for the multi-generational facility, and then we'll get the true cost of that. I don't want to go down that route because we know staff time is just always a part of everything. So to calculate staff time for this, that's to me irrelevant. I know staff works as hard as they possibly can to get things done as fast as they can. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I have a
please,
couple
thank you.
questions.
Please.
I just have a couple questions, and I don't know if Mr. Larson can ask them. And one thing I want to say is, yes, the bank, they will get their money back, but in my opinion, it's a lot about our reputation as the city and where we stand. So I would like to ask Mr. Larson, I don't know if he can answer, will it affect our credit rating? Because you've said it does not, but I have not heard that it will not affect our credit rating. I haven't heard an answer to that, so I would like an answer. Second, what would be our chances of getting a low rate, or what kind of rates would we be looking at? And three, are we going to be deemed a financial risk in the future because we did back out? I mean, it's more than them getting their money back. It's our reputation of a city. This city has worked hard to get the financial status that it has, and to throw away $75,000, $100,000, whatever we deem, I think that is a waste of the taxpayers' money, and I think we need to consider all standing. So I would like those questions answered.
Jeff, did you hear that?
I heard some of it. Let me see
Okay.
if I can answer the ones and John, if I did not answer one of the questions, please stop me when I get through.
Go ahead.
The city to date has issued privately placed bank notes. So we have not needed to secure a credit rating from one of the rating agencies. So let me just state that for the record. That was one of the comments mentioned. So is there any impact on a future credit rating? There may be a discussion, as I mentioned in my memo, should we do a bond financing? Somebody's going to look back on the history of what the city does. And I don't think it would be material, but it may come up in discussions with a rating agency. But to date, we do not have a credit rating from Standard & Poor's, Moody's, or Fitch for the city of Cape Canaveral. That was one of the questions. I think the other question I've kind of addressed, should the city decide, which is in its legal right, to pay this off, we would be very happy, as your financial advisor, to do what the city council decides. And if that's the decision, we would work to closely with John and Mr. Garganese to make that happen. Will it affect a response from banks in the future? I've already tried to comment that it might. It may come up in the discussions. It may not come up at all. But it is unusual to have a note closed and have it be paid off that quickly for reasons other than, hey, we can save money on a refinancing, or it's part of we got a grant, we didn't need the money. Those are some of the reasons I typically see for notes being paid off. But it is well within your legal rights, which is why you have that ability to pay off a note for whatever reason the city council so desires. Those were the two questions. I don't know if I recall the third one, John.
Well, Councilmember Davis she had mentioned, the effect on reputation. I think you answered that. She asked on credit rating.
Right.
And she also asked on, would you be able to, and we know the answer to this probably, but would you be able to achieve a 1.61 interest rate on a loan, say the city decided in 3 or 4 months to get a loan again for a project deemed necessary by the council, and 1.61, I think you and I discussed that already. I don't know if that would even be possible right now.
But I think her question is a good one. It's, will this decision backing out hurt our ability to, will it hurt our credit rating? Yes or no question.
There is no credit rating to hurt right now.
So that answers that. That's not applicable. We pledge tax revenues and stuff. Will it hurt our ability to get a low rate in the future? Will this decision hurt our ability to get a low rate in the future?
Again, let's say we close our eyes and we wake up in 6 months and I get a call from John and Todd saying, hey, the city council wants to do this street project or the stormwater project, and can you do a bank RFP and get it out there? We would do that. We would have your financials at the time that shows the September 30th, 21 year end. They would be available, and we would send out an RFP. We could get different banks responding that didn't respond on this one. We might be able to figure out why Hancock and Whitney Bank didn't respond. So I'm confident that we would get good responses, maybe not from Synovus for some reason. They may want to respond. I don't know. I've had no
Let me
discussions
jump in.
about this.
Yep, Mr.
But the city has a very good reputation. You've had the ability to service 10-year bank notes instead of 15 or 20 years. 2 of those are almost paid off. So your credit is strong, your ability to service the debt is strong, and I think you would be able to get a good response. This is the best response we've ever gotten for the city. Rates are at historical lows. Rates will go up, go down, stay where they are. Right now they're going up. So, I don't think you would get a 1.61% rate, but when we got a rate, John, that was 1.98%. I think the city was hugging me when we did the first transaction.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the market's going to do. If we knew that, we'd be probably doing something else.
But that's not my question. Is I'm echoing, and I agree with Councilmember Davis. Is will our decision to back out of this loan? Who's the financial expert in the room? That's what I want to know. Are we talking to the right people? Because I need a financial expert to tell us. Will this hurt our ability to get a low interest rate? This decision of prepayment, will that hurt our ability? Will that be a ding on our ability to borrow? An opinion, a professional opinion on that in the future.
Jeff, did you hear that question?
I did hear the question. I think what I would say, if I had 10 banks in the room, 2 of them may decide not to respond because they're not sure why you had a note and paid it off, even though you had the right to do it. It could be that other people look at it and they don't care. It's really hard to respond to that. I think you have the right to pay off the note if that is what the city council decides to do. Your credit's strong, and I think there will be banks out there that would like to lend you money in the future for a city council approved project. I think there's a way for us to handle this. It's not like it's going to go into the newspapers. It's not going to go to the Wall Street Journal. It's not going to be on Bloomberg. We're going to make sure that whatever decision the city council makes, Mr. Mayor, will be professionally communicated to the bank that holds the note, and we'll handle that professionally. And as questions come in, they may come into John. They may come into me. We will professionally handle it and say the city decided not to proceed with the project. End of story. It's not a long discussion. So I don't think it's going to hurt.
I'll get to you.
If it was going to hurt you, I would tell you, but you still have the right to pay off the note. So I would not have that be a significant concern from somebody sitting up there in the dais. John, that's my heartfelt response.
Hurting our credit rating is an irrelevant question, and it sounds like that's not applicable. It's a good question. In his opinion, 80% of the people would respond, or I don't know. I never heard a strong answer that it would hurt our ability to get a lower rate in the future. I did not hear that. I heard, well,
You just don't know what the market's going to be.
But if we live and we just don't
Right,
know.
but today is today, and it's 1.61.
Well, I know.
But we don't know. It could be
What
0.5 2 years from now.
That's right. What if it goes down?
Yeah.
So I agree that we don't know, but I'm trying to say, does our decision, what we have control over, not what the market's going to do, will this hurt our ability to borrow in the future? And the answer I'm hearing is no. And I want to give it back to Councilmember Davis and make sure that her third question was reputation got answered too.
I think I'm fine. I think Councilman Raymond has a question.
Yes, please.
I wanted to know, are there any other unforeseen consequences? Is there a possibility that someone will sue us because this didn't go through? I'm just curious about that, unintended
And
consequences.
if so, why? Why would they sue us? That would be my
Well,
add-on.
because we have a contract. Okay.
Jeff, did
I
you
want to
hear
hear
that
what he
question?
has to say
No,
about this.
this is America. You borrow money. We did it legally, and you have the legal right in your documents, as Anthony Garganese can tell you. You have the legal right in your documents to pay off the note. And there's a section of the document that says if you pay off the note, here's what you have to do. You have to give notice to the bank in advance. You know, we will come up with a new schedule. You pay the 2% fee. We would coordinate the timing of all that. So I don't see any unforeseen. I don't know what's happening on the ground with the building. I don't know what you've done with contractors on the project. I've not been involved in any of that, John. I got to be honest about that. So I can't. But on the financing side, I don't see there being any.
Right.
There is no recourse to the bank. The bank will get a phone call from me, and they'll say, "Is this what you decide? We're paying off the note. We'll advise bond counsel. We'll advise bank counsel. We'll coordinate that closely with staff and the city attorney, and the financing is paid off."
Okay, thank you. Is there another question?
Are there any other questions for Mr. Larson? I know he's with a family matter. Anything? No? Please tell him thank you. Thank you.
Is there any other scenarios that are going to come up that we're going to need Mr. Larson on the phone for? Because he is available.
If you want to go down a scenario.
I'm just
that you
saying,
have
is
in
there anything
mind?
else that's going to, is there anything else that's going to come up that we want to keep Mr. Larson on the phone for?
As of now,
No?
it's hard to say.
Oh, then
seems like the
I could let him stay on the phone.
No,
and-
I don't think that's necessary.
But I could call him back if necessary.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
as of now, we're okay.
Jeff, right now, I'm going to go ahead and end the call, but if something comes up, I know you're there available to support us, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Bye. Okay.
So we've went over what I'm hearing, and I want to actually go to our city attorney now. You represent us on the legal side of this loan agreement. You've heard this conversation. We tried to get a financial expert to say, hey, this is how it's going to affect your ability to borrow in the future. I heard nothing of concern in there. And I want to say, do you see anything unforeseen? It seems to me it's pretty straightforward. It governs the process on how to exit. There's a payment and.
I mean, you can't predict what the future, if the city goes out for a bank loan or a bond, you can't predict who's going to bid and who's not. I mean, the history, the history of the city, the credit history in general, I mean, that's all important stuff. I don't know if this would impact anything on they have no impact whatsoever. And, yeah, it's on. And, in terms of, the city does have a right to prepay. You pay a 2% penalty, and I'm confident that you do have that legal right. At bond counsel, this is a bank-qualified loan, right? There are post-compliance monitoring requirements for bank-qualified loans, which means they've been qualified as tax exempt. I'm not a tax lawyer. I don't know if there's some paperwork that would have to be done, certificates filed for prepayment of the loan or not. But that's all just paperwork. You still have the right to prepay.
Thank you. Count, yes, please.
This is an unusual situation, and what I'm hearing is that we don't know. We can look at the positive side and say, okay, yes, it doesn't sound like we're going to have any issues in the future, but the bottom line is nobody can give us a guarantee of how this is going to affect this city financially. So that's what I'm hearing, and, we can't predict the future like everyone's saying, but I'm not hearing that, no, there is no issue, or that it will not affect us. We don't know. That's what I'm hearing.
Thank you. And I had a chance to, because I was trying to meet with our auditors, and that got brought up about the audit. And I spoke to them, and I said, will this affect our ability or when you audited us, as Mr. Larson explained, will this be a ding? And he said, absolutely not. Right there.
You would never be dinged, Mayor, for paying your debt on
But our
time.
ability to borrow, in his professional opinion, this is not going to be a black eye on the city. And I think we do have a strong indication, if there is whatever scenario that we could dream up of something going wrong, my question is, what would that be? I mean, what would be a scenario where this would be bad on the city? Why would a bank or a future lender ever be concerned about that time Cape Canaveral prepaid that loan back in 60 days and paid $24,000? Why? I mean, this is common sense. Why is that something that we go, well, we just don't know how the banks are going to perceive that? I don't see it as being anything towards, I think, putting the taxpayers at risk on the ability to borrow in the future. And I don't think we've heard anything. And so, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yeah, I have a few things to say. When this first came up, the strategic plan, and we went from that and agreed 5-0 to the street project, and then this came up. I just think my feelings of this is that it's not so much the amount of money, it's not the interest rate, it's what the $133,000 a month that we pay out of CRA money could be used for in our city on other things that are needed before we need a civic hub or a promenade.
Mayor, excuse me, $130,000 a year, not $133,000 a month. I just want to.
I mean, I said, did I say a month?
A month, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant a year.
Never even worked for this loan for $133,000 a month.
My mistake, I meant to say.
Yeah, I just want to
year.
correct that, because there's a record being taken, and it's
Right.
$130,000 a
year.
year for the next 9 years and 8 months.
So, and when you think about it, and I thank Dr. Roberts for her email and, talking about the visioning and what the city wanted. And again, I look back in minutes of old meetings, and this is something we've needed in the city for a while. But we've also needed connected sidewalks for a while. And we've needed streetlights that work for a while. And I just think with the projects that are happening now, we have a beautiful community center almost done. We have a culture center in the works. We have Long Point Estuary Park in the works. We have Veterans Park in the works. I just think it's time in our city to address the core needs of what the people in the city need before we do something like this. I understand, when people invest their money and, we hear that the CRA money is free money. It's not free money, it's taxpayers' money. And, we have to be good stewards of the money. And, just roughly calculating the $130,000 a year is, I calculated it more, so it's not an exact figure, but that's $11,000 approximately a month. For what? To extend a sidewalk, to put pavers down? I just think $11,000 a month could be spent on projects that we really need in the city, like affordable housing. We took Patriots Park off the budget this year because we didn't have enough money. It would be great to make that a handicap playground for handicapped kids. There's just so many other projects that we could use the CRA money for. In Dr. Roberts' email, she says, we want mixed-use development. that building is mixed use. We want restaurants with outside seating. We could do that there at that building. The residents want core services. Here we are taking two businesses and displacing them. Cell phone business is now a core service. You can ask the owner during COVID, they came and told him he was an essential business. So, I mean, I just think that right now, at this point, though this, it's important, we have streets flooding in our city still. We have other things that we need to spend money on. I asked, green space was brought up too. There was a little parcel of land next to Wagner Park in the CRA area. The owners didn't want to sell, but then we paid $250,000 over the appraisal price for this building that we're going to knock down. I think that, I think this was rushed through. And we have unintended consequences now. We have businesses that are displaced. We have a lease that we have to rent to people now. I just think, it's not what the city needs right now, in my opinion. And even former Councilman Brown stated at one of the meetings that we were talking about that he didn't realize how important these businesses are to our city. And we talk the talk about walkable, bikeable cities and having core service where people can ride their bikes to or walk to, and here we're displacing them. The CRA money is for blighted areas. This is one of the nicer buildings. I've seen a lot worse in the city that are blighted. The owner repaved it, made it better. We have CRA money that can help businesses. I just think that I get the campus idea, but I just think there's more important things to our city right now. Another thing is, the growth rate in our city. We're 95% built out. We're landlocked. And, we have a population of 9,970 people. That's 0.07 increase since 2010. So why do we need a bigger area for a 0.7 increase in population? I kind of like myself, and it's my opinion again, that when you have the Friday Fest and it's back there, it's kind of intimate and small, and it's very small town oriented. We're not going to expand anymore or that much more. Why do we need a bigger campus area for the Friday Fest? I think that's basically what I have right now.
And we can come back. I want everyone to feel heard and be stated. My goal in the beginning was to define the quantifiable number, because it was this, I wanted to see how dark the black cloud was. And we are at $75,000 as of right now if we prepaid it. That's with the fee and everything. I agree on the priorities. I've argued those points too. The process, it moving forward, if we're going to do a capital improvement project like this, I believe that should have been workshopped. This should have been put out to the public. The citizens should have been involved. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. It was rushed, and that is an opinion. Look at the timeline of the project. Look at the questionnaire that our community development director was asked when it said, was this on previous 5-year capital improvement plans? No. Was this in the recent general fund? No. It's just started to surface, and I have had a chance to talk with Dr. Roberts as well, former council member who served the city well. And I went through the visioning documents, read through every single word of them. And I'm not denying, of course, that property's been brought up. It's right there. When you look at it from a bird's eye view, public property, public property, public, oh, there's a commercial property right there. I get it. And that's why at the strategic planning meeting, we did say, yeah, sounds like a a good idea. But we don't communicate trade-offs well enough in this city, and I think we're going to get better at that. And to go, but what opportunity costs? What are we giving up? And I think that those are the points that we're hearing today. And so, to me, to define it as 75,000 is a very important exercise that we needed to go through. But I want to point out something. We bought this property. This is really important. If you remember anything, remember this. This property was bought for $725,000 a year ago. This property was appraised for $775,000. We bought this property for $925,000. So we were already upside down from the beginning. We were already 125,000 heavy. Now add the 50 that we've put in, we're 175 over. So if we were to walk, now we're not upside down, we're actually walking away opposed to, we're at 175 upside down right now, in my opinion. Not my opinion, from the numbers we know. And the valuation of that property using a market approach is based on leasing and income. We're going to demo the building. We really just bought land that's probably worth $500,000-$600,000. And so if you add that in, we're probably $200,000 to $300,000 heavy. We're at the top of the market. Who the heck knows what the market's going to do? It could go higher. These businesses, these tenants are very important to this community. And I think that we have to really look at this and go, $75,000 or go forward with this asset, and what do we really get in return? For $11,000 a month or $130,000, we could make beach improvements, we could make access improvements, we could fix little problems that are pointing out. We could take this money and that's another scenario, I don't want to go down it, but I've said enough. Councilmember Willis, please, if you have anything.
Well, I agree with you on the hard costs that we've seen, but we have to make good business decisions, and we have to weigh whether this is going to cost us extremely more in the future if we ever had the opportunity to purchase it, and what we're doing with it. I think we need to definitely look at the process on how we got here. We need to focus on that, on changing that process, and give staff criteria and direction for any projects such as this, and how they bring it to us. And I think we are going to probably have a negative view of the city if we back out of it, but that apparently is something some of the council is willing to weather. But everything comes with a cost. If we decide to not do this, there's going to be a cost involved. If we decide to do it, obviously there's a cost involved. So we've got to make that long-term business decision and look at where we're going to be down the road, however we do this. That's all I've got to say right now. I would like to hear from the public, though.
Absolutely. We've got some comment cards. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes we go out to the public before the council got a chance to talk, and I think it puts the public at an advantage to hear our initial thoughts first, and then you can come in and add, take away, correct, whatever you see. So, yes, Councilmember Raymond.
All right. I believe that I'm very positive about this. I think that we can do a lot with the property. I don't think we have to be locked into one idea. That's number one. Number two, it's a business decision. We've already, the entire council approved $925,000 in order to secure the $925,000 from the CRA, the Community Redevelopment Agency. All right, we voted 5-0 on that, $925,000. This CRA money can only be used for this project. The city is in a very good, you heard from the financial expert, in a very, very good situation. We have had a good reputation. We pay our bills, in other words. All right. I think that we take the opportunity when opportunity knocks. This is not a new project. It may be new to some people, but it's not a new project. This project was brought up years ago, years and years ago. Again, it was talked about in the visioning statement. The whole idea about making a complete city campus. All right? That's the missing link. If we don't get it now, we probably will never be able to get it. All right, I believe that we should move forward. I think that this is a good investment. Any real estate person will tell you this is a good investment. Anytime you can get property on A1A at this cost, it's a good investment for anyone, for anyone. All right, yes, it's $925,000, that's correct. All right, I have some thoughts. And I thought very strongly about this. At Colin Powell's funeral, Madeleine Albright, former Secretary of State, talked. I really feel that she gave a wonderful eulogy at his funeral. And in her words, she said, Colin Powell went to meetings and he said, forget about the past. Let's get on with the business of the country. We can think in those terms. Let's get on with the business of the city. So many of you have complained that our meetings take so long. I think that we can give a professional presentation in 2 or 3 minutes. This is ridiculous that we have to have 4 and 5 hour meetings. I think that we say what we want, get to the point, and it's a business meeting, and I think we need to try to stick to a professional presentation. Say exactly it, that's it, done. I want us to move forward. I think it's a very positive thing. I think that Molly could come up with 100 different uses for the property. I don't think we need to decide that now. I think we just need to go forth, and we've made decisions. We got the money from the Community Redevelopment Agency. We have a contract with the man to close December 27th. And we all agreed on, we signed the documents, we signed those loans. And I think it's also, and it's something that we haven't brought up, I think it's an ethical decision for us to move forward. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that you said we all agreed on. You're not saying we,
Signed the loan.
but we didn't, the vote to approve that contract went 3-2.
That's correct, but we
Both
all signed
contracts.
that loan.
That loan
agreement.
signature had nothing to do with approving the contract. John, that loan signature, we voted 3-2 against the loan, we voted 3-2 against the sales contract. Will you explain what that loan signature was basically
excuse me.
acknowledging that we were a council
Okay,
member?
Excuse me, Mayor. We voted 5-0 to get the $925,000 from the Community Redevelopment Agency, and it was just for this specific, the CRA money, it only can be used for this project, and we voted 5-0 in September to get that $925,000. I want to make that clear.
We passed the CRA budget in September.
And that was
That
the
one line item in the bulk,
$925,000.
there was, yes, that line item was in that budget. But that's very different than what you just said, when you said we all agreed 5-0 to sign the contract, is what you said.
No, I'm talking about the $925,000.
Okay.
That we approved the CRA money.
and I think
to
we've
be
all
used for this.
explained-
It was obviously to be used for this project, which was in the budget.
No, understood. I just want it to be clarified because information was come back to me about, Wes, well, you approved this. No, I never approved this. I approved a budget that had this as a line item, and I've already explained myself on another record, which I think anyone who heard would completely understand that when you approve a budget with a bunch of line items, that doesn't mean you're handcuffed to those items. I like the idea of the Promenade project. I'll say it right now. I don't like the idea that this Promenade project happens on these terms without doing a workshop. Why would I do that? And that, as Councilmember Willis said, is when I approve a budget, I go, we're going to workshop these projects. Council didn't want to workshop. Go, go, go. I didn't agree that we would spend, and by the way, it turned into 1.7 million. That's the total project cost, and that grew. And so I think that makes sense. Let's take this to public. First card that I have,
Mr. Mayor, could I speak?
please. Yep.
Thank you.
And we're
I
gonna
wanted-
come back to
I don't want
council
to
after
take
the
a lot
public.
of time, but I did some research, and I got the 2012 Community Redevelopment Plan, which is the CRA, Community Redevelopment. In this, it said catalyst projects. The town center project was considered one of them. Cape Canaveral lacks a traditional downtown and therefore a communal focal point. The CRA can fund creation of a mixed-use zoning district to support development of a mixed-use project that would serve as a town center. And then another thing that was considered as a public improvement would be parks, recreation, open space, and beautiful opportunities. The CRA would pursue adequate park and recreational facilities, open space, and beautification opportunities that may be desirable for neighborhood improvement with special consideration for health, safety, and welfare of the family. So one thing I do have to say with respect, I disagree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. This could be a great opportunity for families. You could get family involvements, there could be community events. I think it would be a wonderful place for the families. Another thing, if you look at a 2018 survey of the city of Cape Canaveral, one of the things, the importance of green space, 90% of the residents responded that this was an extremely important thing. Satisfaction with the amount of green space in Canaveral, 64% were satisfied. So 90% of the residents want green space.
And how many were satisfied with the amount we had?
64 and 94 wanted, 90% indicated that it was very important or extremely important to them. Second, desired a mix of a business in the community. It said, given a list of 12 businesses, respondents indicated whether they felt the city had the right amount of each business or whether they would like to see more or less type of business. One of the things that was listed, the majority wanted more green space and parks. That was 53%. So I got to think where I'm at now. So one of the things is this is a great opportunity for the city. You talked about workshops, and that would include community response. And I'm going to go back. I've done some homework on Facebook pages, and there's and I think you've done great trying to get input and get response from the city and get people to hear or speak out. Let's see. You encourage the citizens to be engaged, provide comments, and/or attend budget
To
meetings.
be clarified, are you talking about me right now?
Yes.
You're saying you.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking.
I didn't know
This is
who
what-
you was.
I
Okay.
apologize. I was not clear. I apologize.
Okay.
And this is all on Facebook. On a budget, you encourage people to attend July 18th, 2020, August 13th, 2021, August 16th, 2021, September 2nd, 2021. In that, the July 18th Facebook post, the post received 3 likes, and the only comment was from you, Mr. Mayor. I could go on with
Post.
all of these.
What post are you talking?
This is July 18th on a fake, so I could go on and on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can show you because I have all of them right here, if you would like to look at these. I've got all the copies here, and I could present all the posts to you. What I'm trying to get at, and I don't want
Go
to...
to my own Facebook page, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go on and waste the time, but in all this, the effort that you have made, there has been very little input from the community, or there has been very little, if you look at the people that have come to the meetings. Another thing that...
What's your point?
The point is, you're talking about workshops. If people are not responding, they are not, you've only
You don't
got...
think this community wants workshops?
I'm not saying that this
Okay,
community
just trying
doesn't
to
want
understand what you're
workshops.
saying.
I'm just saying that getting the community involved is one thing, and despite all your efforts, it's been very difficult to get people to come to meetings.
Is this room not full tonight?
I can go on other nights that it was not.
So I can go on nights when it
Okay.
was standing room
So-
only, but yeah, I'm just I want to stay on track and keep moving this agenda item forward. I'm trying to understand how this relates to the agenda item we're taking up.
What I'm saying is, you were saying that we did this without community workshops, we did this without the input
Yeah.
of the citizens. This was showing that you wanted input of the citizens, and we weren't, what I've shown, or what I have here, is showing that there was not a whole lot of response, at least on Facebook posts, okay? And then another thing that I'd like to say.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's community involvement. I mean, you've tried to get
Do
people to
you
go.
think that we need to improve community involvement?
Yes, but I'm
So-
saying we're not, it's not there.
So, okay.
And then,
Let's, if, Councilmember Davis, I think I know where you're going, and it looks like you've got some information. Anything that you want to submit to the public record, please, let's
Okay.
submit it, and I'd ask that the entire council get a copy. And let's go to public if you don't mind.
Okay.
And we'll come back to council.
so can I go to something else? As far as the money, I think that, you're saying that we're upside down on all this. Well, I don't think we're being good stewards of throwing away $75,000 to $100,000.
I don't know where you're getting $100,000 from. We've already, this is why it was so important that we define that as $50,000. 75.
We have not defined that it's just $50,000. There are additional costs that could add up. So at this point, I have not heard a confirmed number.
We got the receipts.
But are you?
That's what we just spent the past hour
Agree
doing.
that there could be additional costs?
No, I do not agree.
Okay. All right, I'm just saying that I just don't think, I think it's not in a good business decision to do that with the money, the city's money.
Thank you. I'm going to take it to public comment. Let's see here. I've got two cards. I've got Miss Dr. Shannon Roberts. If you're ready, we'd love to hear from you. Hi, Shannon. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you.
First of all, congratulations to the new council members and to the new mayor. We appreciate the leadership and offering to serve the public. I'm speaking to you in the capacity of four. One is former council member from 2006 and 2000 to 2010. Also as a licensed realtor from 2006 to the present. As a resident from 1997 to now. And also as a strategic planning organizational effectiveness specialist with my doctorate in this field and working at the federal, state, and local level in this regard. As you all have mentioned, the visioning effort in the earlier time frame period, 10 years ago, plus we had 6 workshops at the Radisson that consist of 150 residents each. So that was an opportunity to really get the input from the residents as to what they wanted. And it crossed a variety of spectrums, and Mickey spoke to some of these things that were envisioned then. And one of the most core things is, Kim just said, came out of the development plan and so forth. Council at the time, realized that we needed a town center complex, and that's the reason even City Hall right now is part of that visioning effort. And we also knew that we wanted to buy the land over here that was formerly to the east of us, and of course to the south. The complex we're talking about, 7404, was a major part of the vision for the future. The challenge was the building was not available then. So we worked earnestly in that council and subsequent councils to develop the CRA capability to where we knew when we could buy such properties as that, we could do it so at a low interest loan and actually complete the segment of the town center campus, which was part of that visioning effort, where there was a lot of residential input, to complete that vision for the city. It was a monumental opportunity that I was so excited, to be honest, that you all supported that this year. I was just thrilled, as in all those 4 capacities. You mentioned the cost effectiveness purchase of this. As I noted in my notes to you all, you're right. The owner, paid $741,000 for it. Understood the city might be interested in it. Put it on the market for $1.2 million, and the city, I think, effectively negotiated to $925,000. I thought that was a major accomplishment, and kudos to the city for that. To me, the property is a no-brainer with the opportunity it provides for safety, in the sense of, as we know, when you use the building now, the UA building, to go in and out of it is very unsafe as it relates to bikers, pedestrians, and vehicles going in and out. So to me, if the city buys it, it'll be a safe opportunity for green space and walkability and all the different things that the residents would have input to. I think your idea about a workshop for the positive for purposes of this would be outstanding. And I think that that would set the stage for what we would do with the added value of this property. So, and I do want to mention, I know just one thing, we've got $1.2 trillion of infrastructure monies that are coming to us from the federal government that our city could apply for. I appreciate what Mickey was talking about with regard to the needed infrastructure investments, and we're going to have an opportunity to use those funds that are coming our way almost immediately as an opportunity to apply for. And I think we ought to take advantage of that and use that opportunity meaningfully as an investment for our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Chris Cloney, please. Thank you.
Chris Cloney, 550 Jackson Avenue. I don't know where to begin. I don't believe the city's mission, to address Councilwoman Raymond, I don't think the city's mission is to expand its footprint at the expense of private enterprise. I've had my phone fixed at that phone shop, and I need another fixed. I keep dropping them. Why are we taking down a commercial structure that provides jobs and revenue to this city and services? And instead, if I understand correctly, you want to put in a park on the busiest road in our city. That's crazy. That's not the place for a park. You want more green space? Well, don't put it on A1A. These dust clouds you're raising about the effect of paying off a loan in full, that's going to have some negative impact for future loans. Are you crazy? And you, Ms. Davis, you say you didn't hear an expert opinion as to the effect. Well, I did. I heard that gentleman on the phone, and he waffled and he weaseled a little bit, but upon repeated questioning, he finally said, he didn't see there'd be any negative impact. Here's the positive impact. You want to go borrow more money for one of these other projects? Do you think the city looks better with less loans on its budget? You're talking about $1.2 million. God knows what you're going to spend on top of that. That's debt. You want to go out in the future to borrow money for something else? Less debt is good. The idea that there's going to be some big fees and lawyer fees and all this stuff. I've been a lawyer for 46 years. For paying off a loan in full? Fees? I don't think so. I think as this gentleman said, he just sends them a wire. You all make sure the number's right and send a wire. So if I'd been taking notes, I'd have a lot more to say, but I didn't bring a pen. But somebody quoted something, so I'll make a quote. Ernest Hemingway, For Whom the Bell Tolls. One of the characters is asked, how did you go bankrupt? 2 ways, gradually and all of a sudden. So here, you all want more debt that's going to diminish the services that I can access. I was outraged to hear some notion of paying the tenants to relocate. Why would the city do that? Wouldn't that be the seller's gesture of happiness towards his former tenants? Craziness. This is completely out of control. It's just free money because it's, not coming out of your pockets, but it's coming out of mine as a taxpayer. And I'd like to see it stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'd like to kind of summarize where we are. And I want to say something that I think is really important right now. These are the pains of a process that we went down that I don't think aligned with what the public wanted. And moving forward, we won't, as long as I'm here, and I'm one of 5 votes, we won't go down this path again, because we could have avoided all of this had we done proper due diligence and worked with the public. And if all those real estate professionals that you say this is a great investment, tell them to come to the workshop. All the people that want this, please come to the workshop. I've got 56 emails and messages and comments, Councilmember Davis, that I'll send you that will show you exactly their initial opinion. In probably one of those posts, I said, please reach out if you agree with my concerns on this. And I said in the meeting, if the only way I would consider this as a workshop, and it was no. Well, here we are today. And so I think we need to ask ourselves the time. We've got December 24th. Is that right, City Manager?
The next city council meeting?
No, the sales and purchase contract.
Oh, the 27th.
Thank you. December 27th is the most important deadline I think we need to be looking at. Would you agree, City Manager?
That's 90 days, that's the closing period, yeah.
That's the closing period. And so this council has a decision to make between December 27th. The first decision is to extend it 30 days. The next decision is to prepay the loan. The third decision is to close and pay the seller and move forward. The second question, and I think that's where we are today. Today is December 7th. So we got 20 days, 20 calendar days. We will be meeting again in 2 weeks.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I thought we were doing public comments.
We're finished.
Oh, there were only 2 public comments?
I only got 2 cards.
Oh.
Is there anyone else that would like a public comment?
I thought that you
No.
had other
So-
public comments. I'm
No,
sorry.
No,
Excuse
I've got 2 cards, that's all I have. If you want a public comment, I asked,
Interrupt you. You look at my card, I believe it says I'd like to speak on 7404 North Atlantic.
no, sir, yours has number 2.
Read it out loud, please.
It says item number 2. Item, and you checked item number 2, items for discussion 74N ATL. I look at the numbered item. If you want to speak, I
If you
will.
would, Mayor, excuse me, it's
Yeah.
on the card and I would like to speak.
Not only do you want to speak, but I'm seeing hands in the back that want to speak. And so let me just,
Well-
let me just pause for a second and say, if anybody wants to speak, please go fill out a card now, and I'll be happy to bring those back. As a matter of show of hands right now, does anyone want to speak? 1, 2, 3 cards? Please, go ahead.
Could I
We have you plus 2
that
others.
one? Because it says 7404 North Atlantic Avenue I wanted to speak on, and that's this item right here.
Yes, but you're supposed to select the agenda item. You didn't select, and that's what I'm looking at. That's the format. Please, go ahead. I don't want to quibble with you. You have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mayor. My point is not emotional, it's sort of factual. I've been here a little while, and thank you for giving me the impression, Mayor. I went back through the garage, I've been here for a few years. I found our City of Cape Canaveral goals for '06 and '07, and I'll certainly turn it in. And in there, we used to make these kind of goals that says so, and then who's going to do, what's the goal, what's the status, things like that. And this goes back, and I've got them, you're welcome to have the whole garage if you want it. This is in 2006 and 7, and it was develop a city campus plan and/or new additional work areas for City Hall or public safety. And it says develop city campus plan and new additional work areas. And my only point, and Mayor, is to say that this has been a long project for 20 years or longer. The next page, and I was part of that, and we kept the book, and the next page says, under Parks and Recreation, explore the development of a community center. That's way back in 2006. We did it in 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. So these aren't just originated in a spur of the moment. This is councils going back in the 80s when I first started here. So with that in mind, thank you. And if I didn't improperly fill out the card, I did put
No.
discuss there, like he says, at 7404 North Atlantic sale.
Thank you. Mr. Randles, may I please ask you a couple of questions on what you just brought up? It said develop the plans for a community center. Do we have a community center?
Yes,
Do we have a recreation center at Nancy Hansen?
That was already here when we,
But do we have it?
yes.
Do we have a $7, $5, $6 million two-phased project under works, 20,000 square foot, 2 floors, indoor track, multi-generational facility?
Voted against, but it's being developed.
Do we have it, though?
Not yet.
Is 75% complete construction?
It's being worked on, certainly.
So you had brought up, we wanted a community center, and I'm just simply replying and asking, we have those.
We have it because city councils for 20 years, they worked every year on a plan to make it happen.
So but what does that have to do with this project? Because I respect your opinion, you've served the city for a long time.
Well, you are exactly.
And if you can step up to the microphone, that would be helpful, because I know that they're probably recording. Please.
Thanks, Mayor. My only point was to say that this has been development of a city campus plan and additional work areas for the city for 20 years or longer, since I have been here. Every year we have it in the plan.
Let me just clarify, you said every year we have it in the plan. Are you talking about the capital improvement plan that it's never showed up in? That we pass every year? That's not been in our plans.
It is in the goals and Canaveral goals and objectives that we.
What year is that document?
This is 06 and 7.
Why wasn't it in 08s or 09s and 10s in the past
Would you like
5?
to come in the garage with me tomorrow and we'll find them?
I've got all of them. I've got the same access to those documents that you do.
Well,
They're
I
not just in your garage, they're public record. I've got the last.
Arguing, I'd like
No,
to
we're not.
conclude.
I'm
Yes,
not
we are.
arguing. I just like the facts. And the facts
I'm not
are,
part of the argument, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
you have that right. The facts are that I've been on this council for the past 4 years, and that plan that he's holding up, we get strategic plans, we get those. They're not in any of those documents. They don't exist, and since 4 years, we've been talking about this, we've been talking about a lot of things for a long time, but that doesn't mean that we go out and we do this tomorrow. It's important that we have information. In my solution, our, hopefully, council solution is, why are we in here even debating this? Let's put it out to a workshop. Let the citizens speak. That's all I've wanted, because that eliminates this tension. But well, I proposed that for the multi-generational facility, I proposed that for the Cape Center, and I got voted against. So if we want to move down that path, that's something I'm interested in, but that gets us back to the date. We've got December 27th, we have 20 days left. And so, in my opinion, here's where I'd like to go. The statement that we cannot use this money for anything else is where I want to challenge. I understand that we have a contract. I think the terms on this loan are excellent, 1.5. My question and my request to council is that staff tell us, will Synovus Bank draft a new agreement? That way, all this money for legal fees, brokerage fees, all of this is done, and simply take out, because this money was dispersed. This is you talk about unusual. What's unusual is that we got the funds before we closed. Why was it? Because this is not, why was the money deposited so early that put this pressure on us? Rush, and it was collateralized with the pledge revenues, not with the asset, not with the seller, right? And so those pledged revenues is what holds this note up. And so the only thing in the loan agreement that I saw was this repeating of the word promenade, and I know that loan agreement's deep, but I think it would be a worthy exercise to say, here's a scenario I'd like to explore. Repurpose the contract for something else. The loan contract, thank you, for another project as an alternative. I'm not saying we do that, but that way we don't just lose $50,000. Will Synovus Bank go, if the financial consultant's right and they don't want to the prepayment option's not good. They want a 10-year note. They want that on their books. Well, we want to go do another project. Let's workshop. Let's go figure out what we want to do with it. If that's not an option, I want Synovus Bank to tell us that's not an option. And if that's something this council desires to do, I think that that would be
If,
a likely alternative.
if I may.
Please.
And I asked Jeff that question, and that's, we probably will need to get him back on the phone. But if you want to do something else with that money, this loan was based specifically on a set of criteria and signed documents. And if you want to do this, everything has to be restarted. You're going to have to take it back through council. There's 2 ordinances that were approved by council specifically for the documents that were attached and the loan agreement that was attached. So could this be redone? You got to start from the beginning. And council then has to determine in a timely manner, where else do you want to repurpose? Where else do you want to use this money?
Okay.
And this is the specific thing that Jeff Larson would talk to us about. So we do the whole thing. There'll be expenses. There'll definitely be more bond counsel. It could cost thousands of dollars. But this is why I have Jeff as our financial consultant. If you want me to get him on the phone, that's the next question. And council, if this is what you want to do, but you would have to restart over. The ordinances that were passed for this loan are, you got to start over. Those ordinances were passed by council based on
Yeah, but we just changed the
that.
ordinance. That's what this body does. We go
What's that?
through and we do 2 readings, and the ordinance changes. The ordinance changes on 2 readings.
You now have a new project, and I guess with a new project,
I don't think we're scared of that.
you're not, well, I'm just saying, if you want a new project, Mr. Mayor, based on what you're saying, I guess
Yeah.
you're going to want to workshop it.
I don't know what the blank is, but what I'm thinking is, and I should, if our city manager is willing, or the council's willing to work with us to say, I've heard the comment, we have to spend it on this project. We have to. I'm challenging that. I understand that start over, we don't got to go back out to bid. When you say start over, we don't got to go to the 100
I'm saying you
banks.
have to start the process within the city
We
over.
repeal the ordinance, or we amend that ordinance to replace it with the project. We amend the loan agreement, and then we fill it in the blank, because it says promenade throughout that loan agreement, the promenade project or the ordinance, and you say, whatever. Now, you bring up a very good point with, in a timely manner, I'm not so sure if the pledged revenues are there, all they want is to get paid on time, and we got 1.5% money. I would rather workshop this with the community and say, where do you want $1.2 million to flow? And we might find out that the public is interested in taking that loan, and maybe, if allowed, if legal, can we pay off 4.3% interest debt?
It sounds rather simple. Could we get the financial consultant on the phone? Because I could tell you now, you're going to have to do amendments on the budget, okay? Everything in the budget will have to change to reflect. This is not a just snap your fingers and let's go this
I don't think-
direction.
yeah.
But I believe we pay a financial consultant. I asked him those specific questions, and he could answer those. Could I get him on the phone?
John, before you
Mr.
do
Mayor.
that, I have
I
a,
think I'm just tasking for over the next 2 weeks.
But, so we're not, so,
John, hang on a second. Let the mayor
So
run
no
the,
decision?
let the mayor run the meeting.
that's fine.
I don't want to do that call right now, unless this council wants to, but
Mr. Mayor,
yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
wouldn't we have to also go back to the CRA and redo the CRA
The
as
budget?
well? No,
Any place where this loan affects that budget is going to have to be reworked. It's going to have to be.
But-
It's got to present a honest budget and account to the public. It has to.
Those things, to me, are not
Just staff
anything
time.
that scares me.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just
Yeah, I'm-
merely asking, wouldn't we have to go back to the CRA board in order to pay for this loan with repurposed to some other means
The CRA board met,
to fund?
voted, the CRA board met to pay the inter-fund, yes, to pay the general fund back.
Right.
But the council hasn't approved, that's item number 4, our side of it. So yes, we would have to go back and.
That's merely my question.
Yep.
The narratives and verbiage would have to be changed because it wouldn't be able to talk about this loan on this document.
Please, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
My concern with this is, what about the people's livelihoods that are hanging in the balance? Are we going to make them wait another 2 weeks before we make a decision if we're buying this building or not? They have been through a lot. They don't know what's happening, whether they're going to be there, they're not going to be there. The owner of the building, I'm sure, would like to put it out for rent if we decide we're not buying it. And the other tenants, they're just hanging in the air. I went over and visited with both of them, and it's a horrible way to run a business when you have this hanging over your head. I think we need to make a decision for them that, one way or the other.
Well,
Yes.
excuse me, I understood that the one business has already secured
Well, they both want
another
to
place
talk.
to go in Cocoa Beach at
So
the Cape
let-
Royal building.
I don't want to go down that, we can go down that path in a little bit. I think they want to talk, that's step 1. But I just want to comment on your statement. We have to go to the agreement, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. The agreement says December 27th. And so we're not, that's our that's our inspection period. That's how much time the seller and us, the prospective buyer, agreed to. We're in that period. Now, if we were going over that period and stretching it, I would agree. Anxiety is, the inspection period does bring a little bit of anxiety. I agree, it's inspection. And I think that I don't want to wait another day. I'm with you. I'm not saying we have to, but if we want to look at what the agreement says, we've got till December 27th to make a well-informed decision. And so,
I think that asking about if the loan can be used for something else should have been part of this discussion.
what discussion? What?
I mean, we're talking about whether we want the loan, whether we don't, what's going to happen with our credit rating. Why didn't we ask the question if we use this loan for something else and have the answer for this meeting? I mean, I asked, what if we used it for something else?
I have that answer. The city pays a financial consultant. The phone's in my hand. He can't be here because of a family emergency.
I understand
But he
what you're
could talk to us. I mean.
I just don't want to drag it
understand what
out
you're
and
saying.
drag it out for those poor
Yep.
people back there.
If this council wants to go back to Mr. Larson, let's do it.
Can we hear
Counsel?
from them first?
Yeah. Public comment, I think that's a great idea. I thought I was given 2 more cards. Oh. Smiley, please, thank you.
Did I introduce myself again?
Yes.
Smiley Ochoa. I think this is very stressful right now for us, you know. And right now I'm spending almost 3 hours that I could spend with my family. I don't know how the things work with the city. I mean, I don't really understand now. You guys going back and forth with all this situation. I mean, you guys not in my shoes right now. This is going to be the greatest Christmas right now because we have to wait till the 27th. I think the taxpayers needs to decide what they want to do with their money they're paying. And as your guys working for the taxpayers, they need to listen to them. And I'll say I'm so tired I can't sleep now. I'm very stressful. I'm trying to manage a business. You guys don't understand us. That's how I feel. If you want to go the business matter, I have a business that is hanging right now for you guys. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Smiley. Was there any other public comments? If you, for the sake of time, if you want to come up, all I ask is that you please fill out a card after. Thank you. Please. Yes, it's important. Thank you.
My name is Belinda Roldan, and I'm here with Nelson Rivera, and we're the owners of Airport Studio. And yes, it's true. We found a place and we're leaving. But why? Because of all this that's happening. We're tired. Yes, no, now no, we can't stay. And I'm not here to beg for no money no more. You know, it would be nice if you guys help us, because it's true, we found a place. But we don't have all the money in our case, because this place, we have to fix it up. And yes, like the gentleman said, that is the tax money. We pay taxes too. We live in Cape Canaveral. So, what can I say? The place that we got, we have to put money into it. And you know what we ended up doing, Wes? We put a freaking jar in our shop so people could donate. We did a GoFundMe page so people could donate. Because waiting, we can't wait. Okay, now you say 20 more days. I understand, you know, it's business and it's a lot of money. I understand it's not $5, it's almost $2 million, right? Or a couple of hundreds or whatever. But we also need to eat. We need to work. And really, I'm tired. And I said this was the last meeting that I was going to come. And hopefully, you know, you guys decide for the best. That's why you guys are here, because, you know, the city trusts you guys. But once again, you know, it's tiring. And I understand, yes, you know, that you want to make sure to make the right decision, right? And I understand your position. But once again, we can't keep waiting. That's all I have to say. I'll fill my card. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. These tenants were occupying this building, running their businesses normally, cutting hair, fixing cell phones. A new investor came in, bought their building from their previous landlord. The investor, according to his own record, was going to put more investment into that building, make it better for them. Life was good to be at that building. That was life there. The city approaches that property owner and says, we want to buy that building. The property owner says, okay, sure. Basically says, well, I had plans, but if you want, here's the number. That vote is what changed their lives. That vote to say, yes, we want to buy your property, is when things started to change. I voted against that. I wanted you to stay in business right there. Mayor Pro Tem Callum voted against that. Business as usual. Landlord goes in. I would love to see the $1 million investments that he said he was going to make in there. That would have been wonderful to that building. Today, I am dealing with now a building that I voted against buying. And so now, of course, you want some economic relief. I understand that. And I'm willing to look at whatever. But today, we've got a deadline, and we're trying to figure out what we need to do. And I'm sorry that you're going through this, but I do not apologize for the people who bought your building. I was against that, and Mayor Pro Tem Callum shouldn't either. I wanted you to stay in business. I get my phones repaired from Smiley. My screen repair's done. He's fixed my Mac that I can't fix. I've got my hair cut from Poppy over there. And my wife still tells me he did it better than anyone. And so I love you guys, and I thank you. And I've talked to the property owner. I think he's a smart businessman and a good investor. This was sloppy, in my opinion. And I think it's being justified with a serious stretch going back to 2007. And so the voters that I talked to, there's a lot of them out there, and that's the question I ask myself. If I vote, if we want a decision, I'm ready to make a decision right now. If we want to do this. My decision without a workshop is no, we don't move forward. That's my decision.
think we need to make a decision for those people, or
Yeah.
how we continue with the rest of it, depends on if we're gonna do this or not. Or, you know, if we decide, yes, we're gonna do it, then we have the lease agreement to work out with these people. And
I'm
we're
happy to
gonna
do that.
Are you ready for a motion?
And
This council has the power. Anyone can call a
All right,
motion at
I'd
any
like to
point.
ma- I'd like to make a motion.
Okay?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve an interlocular agreement between the City Council and the Cape Canaveral Community Redevelopment Agency, the CRA, recognizing a joint public partnership between the city and the CRA related to the pending purchase and redevelopment activities associated with the Cape Canaveral Civic Hub, formerly known as the Promenade.
I second.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor and a second to approve the,
Mayor, a point of order.
yeah, it's a discussion item.
We're on a discussion item, and I
That's what I was
believe the
gonna say.
motion was made on item 4, which hasn't been opened yet.
Yeah. So
Sorry
we've
about
got a
that.
motion
Oh, we
and a
don't make-
second on the floor.
Okay.
To, yeah.
No, we don't
that's
make a
okay.
motion for a discussion item.
Well, no, you could make motions during the discussion. I think our city attorney will guide us
Excuse
on
me.
what we can and can't do on that. But the question, as we said, was we can make a motion on whether or not we want to move forward with this project or not. Is that true, Mr. City Attorney?
Point of order.
I believe,
Point of order,
I'm asking the city attorney. Okay,
You
please,
want my
point of order.
opinion on point of order?
not on a discussion question.
Yeah, currently you're on a discussion item, you're not on item 4, the interlocal agreement. So the motion to approve the interlocal agreement is technically out of order because you're not on that agenda item yet.
I understand
Okay,
that.
so what the council needs to determine first and foremost is, you know, what are we doing? Are we gonna move forward with the closing on this property and deal with all of the other issues that need to be dealt with, or not? If the council doesn't want to proceed with this transaction, please tell us so we can unravel what needs to be unraveled. Or if the council's willing to move forward with this transaction, then, like I explained a couple of meetings ago, we're in the process of getting the closing ducks in a row. And there's a lot that needs to be done. At this juncture, we may need an extension, and we may or may not have to deal with tenants. I don't know, based on what I heard tonight. So please tell us which direction you want us to go, and then we can advise you on all of the secondary issues that need to be handled to do whatever you want, what you want us to do.
Mayor, if it pleases the council, I have a suggestion I think that might help. A motion would be appropriate for recording consensus on proceeding.
Okay.
And that's a good way to handle this, we're recording consensus.
Well, I'm just saying, my question was, a motion can be made to not move forward with the
Yes.
project.
Or consensus
Simple as
for that.
Or to move forward. Or we can make a motion to move forward with the project.
Absolutely. You can go yay or nay.
Okay, so
And-
I
and-
would like to do that then.
Okay. If you want to make a motion, please, go for it.
Yeah, I'll move that we move forward with the project
Okay.
and go forward with the closing, that we have gone through all these hoops already, and I think that this is the right thing to do, that we move forward with this particular project.
I second.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor by Councilmember Raymond and a second by Councilmember Davis. At this point, we're going to discuss this motion. And there may be nothing to discuss, but I just want to be clear. I do not support that because I'm willing to amend that motion. And it's either, to me, to address your concern, is if you say make a decision today, the answer is no. I'm willing to go 2 weeks to the next council meeting and propose some other alternatives with the property. But if it's go forward or don't go, I'm not going forward. I can't find enough community support as of today of why we would do this right now.
Mr. Mayor?
And so that's my comments on the motion that we have on the floor. I would amend it at best.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
you mentioned that you would do something different with the property?
I said I would be open to discuss doing something different with the money, if I said property.
Oh, I heard property. That's my question.
Okay.
Mayor, I feel that we've already discussed this. I think that, we have already discussed it. Everybody has said exactly what they think. So I think that we've been discussing it for more than a couple of hours.
I understand, it's a big discussion. So if there's no further discussion, I'm ready to call the vote. Please. In the past, we've done motion second, and we do the vote. Moving forward, we'll run them, we do motion second, discuss, and then we'll be able to go. So Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
I would like to just say that, turn this on, first of all. As it sits now, I can't support this. And again, like Mayor Morrison said, there's not public support for this. I've talked to a lot of people, and there, maybe 20 years ago there was, but not right now. And then, Mr. Randall said, we've been talking about this civic hub or campus for 20 years. And again, we've been talking about connecting the sidewalks for 20 years. And I just think that, like I said before, Ms. Councilman Davis said, we're gaining green space. No, we're not. It's 0.48 of an acre. And it's going to be pavers and not green space. We have a lot of green space in our city. We have beautiful parks at the end of each of our streets. Oceanfront, we have oceanfront parks. I just think that the money that we're spending to pay this loan out of the CRA fund could be used for other things at this time. I think that we need to make the decision for these people so they can go on with their lives one way or the other. And again, I said before when we were talking, when you spend taxpayers' money, they want to see something in return. The community center is a place for seniors and children. City Hall, this beautiful council chambers plus offices. The culture center is going to be art and culture. What are we getting for $1.7 million? And I just can't see spending that money. And the people that I've talked to, a lot of people do not want us spending their tax money on this. I can't support it. And the lessons learned, yes. Maybe we need a resolution not to take on debt over a certain amount of money without taxpayer approval. So that's a lesson we could have learned from this. As far as the renters go, when you have a business and you rent, there's always that option that something's going to happen and you have to move. That's a lesson. And these guys have been through the worst year and a half of their lives. And now we're going to buy this building and kick them out, or I can't support it. And, Smiley with this, he's going to be there. He's part of our community. Everybody uses his services. And, again, in the visioning statement that Dr. Roberts talked about, we talk about core services and what people want. This is people that pay taxes, sales tax. The owner of the building pays property tax. We're taking $10,000 a year off of the property tax and making it a footprint of the city. I just can't, but I think that we definitely need to make a decision tonight for these people, and so the staff knows what to do, they can plan their lives, and then we'll figure out what to do with the money.
So we got a motion on the floor, right, to approve it, and we got a second, and just under discussion. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Okay, I would just like to say that I think this is a good deal. This is a deal that was done with the prior council. I don't think we can go back and just change in items that we, were whether outvoted or dislike or whatever that we disagreed with. I think that will affect the city's status and reputation, and I don't think it's a good business deal. And one of the things that it makes it sound like is this was budgeted for. This is in the budget. There is budget for flooding. There is other budgets. There's research being on. This is budgeted for. This is not going to break the city. So I have an issue with the 55,000, 75,000, whatever you want to say, that we are going to lose by backing out of this deal. And I think it's a bad decision overall. And I personally don't want to be one of the council or council members that within the first month that I got elected, that I put this city in this type of unknown situation where we really don't know how it's going to affect us in the future. It may be positive, it may be negative, that's something we don't know. And I just don't want to be remembered for that, for putting the city in an unknown situation and the kind of funny situation we've never been in. So I believe it's a bad business deal. I don't think it's good for the city. I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Willis?
Well, I ran on making good business decisions, and I said earlier that everything has a cost, whether it's monetary or not. I think if we move forward with this, we're going to have to make concessions elsewhere. And I think council should be prepared that some things are going to have to change on our budget going forward. The opportunity costs, to me, are important. You don't always know when an opportunity is going to appear. And at this juncture, I've had as many people tell me they're against it as have told me they're for it. So we're not going to make everybody happy, no matter what it is we're doing. So right now, I am probably in favor of going forward with the purchase as a business decision, because it is an area where we may never get that opportunity again, and we have to be nimble in doing that. So that's where I'm standing.
Councilman Willis, can I ask you a question? I have a question. I just wanted to know, what makes you think that we have to change, what makes you think that we have to change anything from the budget? If we go forward, I'm very happy to hear that you agree with me that it is a good business decision.
Well, I think it is a good business decision in that the opportunity has arisen for us. But I'm also very concerned about how we're going to pay for other things as well.
Well,
and I understand that, but I do believe that we will need to revisit the budget in future years, and some things need to be pushed back or altered.
I think we're doing well, and I think that I asked some questions today that you may not understand or know. I'm one who has definitely felt that those impact fees should come at the beginning of a project, not at the end, but we did something a little bit different during coronavirus. And I learned today that about $600,000 of the repairs and the work on West Central was paid for by the impact fees from the hotels, which I was very pleased, and I had been asked that question, and I wanted to clarify that. And as far as the budget goes, the wastewater, stormwater, we're taking care of all of those issues right now.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, if we get the American Rescue Fund money, a lot of that has to be used for wastewater, stormwater. So we're conscientious about things, and I also have to say, I like some of the ideas that Mayor Morrison has about making certain that the beach and the beach accesses and the things are done on the streets and the presidential streets. I'm very much in favor of that, and we will discuss that at the strategic plan, but I do agree with you. We do need to move forward. It's a business decision, and, I really agree with that, too. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So I didn't really know where you stood, Councilmember Willis. It is from your feedback that you say that this is a 50-50 for you? And I know that not really a
I
fair-
said that I had feedback from the public that was probably 50-50 for and against.
I would strongly challenge that. Not saying you're, from your experience, of course. Why don't we go with a workshop and prove it to all of us?
Because we need to get this, we need to give an answer.
Because I didn't ask you, we were going to maintain order here, and I think it's a mistake. If we move forward with this without it, then that's what I ran on. That's what I promised the citizens of this community, is that I said, you will be involved in the process, you will be respected, you will be heard. And for us to go just sign the contract, this was all, I think, unnecessary. And I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. I thought that we would at least go with a workshop as a worst-case scenario to me, but if we're just going to move forward, which is the motion on the table, the motion on the table is to move forward. If we're not willing to amend that motion, that's concerning to me. But I understand, and I will respect all of you, no matter which way we go. So that's a question for you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I want Councilmember Willis to make
Would you
sure.
restate your question?
Yes. Are you willing to move forward without a workshop? Or would you be willing to amend this motion to say, I am move forward after a workshop? So my motion would be to, and I don't want to make it until I would amend the motion that we move forward after a workshop is conducted. I know that Councilmember Kellum, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, that doesn't get you what you want because you want a decision today. But to me, the biggest threat is that we move down this mistake of a project as I see it today. And I don't want mine without the next best scenario. The worst scenario is that it just goes forward tonight, to me.
Point of order.
The
I'd like
next-
to call the question, please.
No, that is not a point of order. I'll let our parliamentarian clarify. If you have a legitimate point of order, please say what your point of order is.
Call the question.
Be two-thirds vote to call the question.
Two-thirds vote to call the question. Would you like to see if you got two-thirds vote to call the question?
Well, it's a motion and a second procedurally, and then
Do
you
you really
have
want
to
to do
vote on
this?
two-thirds.
I understand. So
It's time to vote. It's time to.
then you can make a motion to call the question. You get a second. We'll need a two-thirds vote.
You debate whether or not you should cut off debate, and then it's a
Yeah.
two-thirds vote.
Do you want to go down that path?
to,
Yes, I'd like to
cut off
call the
debate.
question. It's nearing 10 o'clock, and I'd like to call the question on
But you
this.
need to, just to clarify, you're calling to end debate. That's the motion.
Well, call the question, that's what it is. It's to
Right.
vote on
So-
the main motion on the floor, it's to cut off the debate. That's what the motion to call the
Okay,
question
and so
is.
we need 4 yays.
Can I say something before?
She called that's the whole
Well, no,
point,
you
the
need- you need
significance
a-
of this.
Let me clarify. It's a motion, the call to question has to be done in the form of a motion, and then it has to be seconded. And then you all can discuss whether or not it's appropriate to continue discussion or not. And then you would call for a vote of the motion to call the question, and it prevails if two-thirds of the governing body approve the motion to call the question. And if that were to occur, then you, Mayor, would have to then call the question on the main motion, which is to move forward with the project. Is that clear? I mean,
Somewhat.
somewhat.
Can
Robert's
Councilmember
rules.
Kellum finish her comments, and then we will be able to move forward with your motion? Or do you want to go through 2 or 3 rounds of votes? Because that's what we're going to have to do.
Yes, it's 10 minutes of 10.
She has one final comment she wants
Okay.
to make.
I
I want to make sure you're okay with that.
I just want to
wanna
know
respect you.
if this council is okay with now, if we buy this building, we're going to spend taxpayers' money to help these people move. Are you guys okay with spending taxpayers' money on that?
We've never, that's not part of this discussion, though.
Why?
The question is, if we buy the building, are we going to
If
spend
we,
money to help
if we
them
go
move?
through with this and we move forward with buying the building, are we okay with spending taxpayers' money to help the residents move?
I think that's item 4.
No, that's not item 4.
I stand corrected.
That's, well, I think your point is that's attachment for the lease. I think that it would be a term in the lease agreement.
If we decide to do that,
But the question is,
It's a second question.
we need to determine, well, she's allowed to ask, hey, it's dependent on whether or not you're going to help them or not? I mean, is that your,
Well, yeah, and not only are we spending $1.7 million, we're also going to pay those tenants to leave.
so if you would put your position out, it would help us say, I do not,
Well,
Want
I'm
to-
asking them, I know my answer. I'm asking the other council. Are we willing to spend the taxpayers' money to help these people move? Or are we just going to kick them out after they've had the worst year of their lives?
oh, come on, it's a
Yep.
business deal.
So that question, Councilmember
I was
Davis?
going to say, I think that's a separate issue. I think that we need to have.
Okay, so no answer, Councilmember Willis?
I think city council will need to not address buying them out. I think that needs to go back to a CRA and it not be a policy of the council to pay for any relocation. Because there is no process in the city, there's no policy. And for us to just arbitrarily give an amount puts us in a bad position. So it would need to go back to a CRA if appropriate, but it shouldn't be coming to council. It should be handled on a management level at city managers.
I agree. I agree with that, because we have to be very careful about setting precedents. So I agree with
And I
that. This
would-
is a business decision.
We have the CRA fund as an economic, that allowable uses to spend on helping businesses in the private sector. I will answer your question. I'm willing to put a program that's available to everyone that these businesses can be involved in, and I think would certainly qualify to apply and to use economic money. Also, the American Recovery money that's coming, one of the allowable uses is for businesses. Both of them, I believe, would qualify. That comes through the city and out to them. And so, yes, I would say we would want to make them aware of any of those programs, any of those monies, and make sure that they had the same opportunity to apply and to be a part of it and to help. So that's,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to call the question. Any further discussion? Thank you. Okay. Okay. City
Ready?
Clerk, and I'll just restate it, is to move forward with the project without a workshop.
Right, but this is a motion to
There's a
call
motion on the
that
floor.
question.
And a motion by Councilmember Raymond, a second by Councilmember Davis to move forward with the project. And that's it, right? Thank you.
This is the call the question vote.
No, we didn't move forward with that.
Question, because I think what the mayor's saying, all right, the debate's over anyway, there's no need to have a
Okay.
separate motion to call the
Right.
question, so he's asking for the roll on the main motion that's on the floor.
Got it.
which is to
She let
proceed
us
with
finish the
project.
debate.
Okay.
Didn't need to exercise, call the question.
Okay. Councilmember Davis? For. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Against.
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Raymond? For. Councilmember Willis?
Or
Mayor, it is 10 o'clock. If we want to continue, it'll take a vote of the council to continue past 10 o'clock.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2 to move forward with the project. At this time, at 10 o'clock, I'm looking for a recommended time and a motion with that time to extend. If-
Make a motion that we extend the meeting for 20 minutes.
I'll second the motion. You want to negotiate? You want 15? You're not going to second it because you want less? Okay, we got a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to extend by 20 minutes and a second by myself.
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
Or,
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Last item on this,
Mayor, before we do that, I think it would be appropriate to discuss the tenant situation. Because currently there's a lease agreement attached to this, and if the tenants are going to remain, they would need to be under a lease. If they're not going to remain, that needs to be addressed.
One would like to stay and one.
Just said that they
okay.
did, so we don't.
I think that, if I understand, you want to get approval on this lease agreement? Or before that, you want to find out whether or not we want to lease at all? Do we want to be a landlord?
Do we
for
want
lack
to be
of
a
better
landlord?
word?
That
Okay.
would help
Move
staff.
back to the original term, okay. Our staff needs direction. That's what we're hearing. So we've made a decision to move forward the project, and we're up for discussion. What does this council want to do? Do we want to be a landlord?
No. No, I don't think so at all.
No,
I think it's
I would,
too difficult for a city to be a landlord.
Okay.
I would propose that we not extend
We can record that as consensus, Mayor.
Well, no, I think we should not demolish the building. So, if that means we be a landlord, then by golly, we'll figure out how to be a landlord. I don't want to be a long-term landlord. I want to get out of that or be open to it. But I am not in support of demolishing this building. And so the vote is to build a promenade project. But if this council is willing to say, hey, we voted to approve the property, but if we can change the use, I would entertain that. That's my last straw, to say, we don't do promenade, but we hold the property. So, and I think that's what you were maybe talking about. Maybe that's why I said property, but, or, to me, if we are a landlord, I don't want to be long-term, but I do not want to just evict them out. And that's it. I think I'm in the minority vote on this one, so please. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
I think that we owe them some kind of money. We've dragged them along all this time, now we're gonna,
Well, I think.
are we gonna be a landlord? How does that work? I don't know.
I don't know is an acceptable answer.
Mr.
This-
Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask a question of
Sure,
city
please.
manager? Mr. Morley?
Mr. Morley?
Yes.
City manager.
I'm
Is
sorry.
are there any mechanisms within the city existing or any funds available to give any relief to the current occupants of the building?
I had a discussion with the city attorney about that tonight, and I'll let him answer that question this is potentially a redevelopment opportunity and the use of CRA funds. Anthony, if you would like to opine on that.
Yeah, I think I've already said that, under the CRA, Community Redevelopment Act, relocation expenses are authorized in conjunction with a redevelopment project. That's a CRA statute. So this is a specific transaction-related issue on the relocation of these existing tenants. It does not, in my opinion, doesn't require a special policy. It's an eligible CRA expense under the statute. Whether the city council wants to take that obligation rather than the CRA, I'll leave that for you to decide, but relocation expenses in conjunction with the redevelopment project, which this is authorized by statute, in my opinion.
Is that executed by the CRA or by the city council?
I think it could be either. I would think, in this particular case, it's probably more appropriate for the CRA, only because the CRA is funding the acquisition. But I don't think there's anything in the statute that would prohibit the city.
Would it be administered by?
But it'd have to be some sort of,
Would it be administered by the city administration or the CRA with a council approval?
No, it's a budget and appropriation decision in conjunction with this transaction made by, preferably, in my opinion, the CRA or the city council. So which budget is it going to come out of? Whatever budget you decide, then that agency, the agency or the city council has to approve it. And then, with respect to existing tenants, the contract covers existing tenant issue. I mean, we need to go to the seller and we need to go to these tenants. I've heard tonight that one of the tenants is already relocating, right? So the council asked, well, do we want to be landlords or not? The contract contemplates, no, you're not going to ultimately be one. So we need to know whether the existing tenants are going to be around at the time of closing. They may not. One of our tenants said that they're moving. I don't know when they're moving, but we need to know that information. We have a right to know that information from the seller, and any other tenant arrangements that the seller has. We need to know that information in order to decide whether or not we even need a lease. We may not.
Did we ever get any of that information prior?
We got information prior, but the council has been debating this issue now for several meetings, and the circumstances have changed. I don't have any firsthand information from the seller or update. I'm just hearing little bits and pieces of information from the tenant. We need to know for sure what's going on here with the tenants and whether they're going to be around at the time of closing. That will determine whether or not we need a lease.
We could ask the tenants.
Okay, if we don't need a lease, and if they're going to move, and if we are going to help with any type of relocation, will they have to apply for that?
No.
Through the CRA or through the city? And then, I know you said at one time, a city attorney, that you did due diligence already
There,
on the property.
here's the thought. If the city is moving forward with this project, there's nothing wrong with there's a 1 point, whatever the line item is, 925,000 approved. Whether it comes out of that as a sub-line item, as a cost of transacting, as moving expenses, which was built into the promenade budget, comes out to be some sort of compensation. I mean, couldn't that be built into that budget? And couldn't we pay that? I mean, this idea that we have to pay it today is what I'm wrestling with, is that if we give you, like, yes, come up with something, right, to pay, and then maybe it's a reimbursement to them, or maybe it's later, but you can kind of manage that timeline and leverage that so that you have a good relationship with the seller too, right? I mean, that's.
Excuse me, maybe we can ask our financial expert,
Well,
John Valero,
in fairness,
what he might know.
I understand. I'm talking to the city manager though now, but please.
I think where the money comes from is subordinate to the question of, do we want to pay? So if there's will to pay, we'll figure out the mechanism. Yes, the mechanism could be it comes out of the 1.2 million. It could also be subject to being refunded to the city general fund by the CRA at a later CRA meeting date or something like that. I think that's a much lower tier question. The bigger question is do we want to help the tenants and to what degree? We can work out the mechanics of where the money comes from.
And when you say to what degree, do you mean what amount?
Yes, we had one say $5,000, we had the other one say $10,000.
I don't, yeah. And you need to know that tonight?
Well, it would be nice to hear from the tenants on that, Mayor, if that could make or break the decision to be gone by December 27th.
I'm happy to do, you have the best grasp on what's needed, and knowing that this council has voted to move forward, if you feel that that's going to help you, I think we should do that.
Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to ask you to have the tenants come up and see if they would agree to, I'm just going to throw out $5,000 apiece and be gone by December 27th and see what they say about that.
That's okay with me. Or we could say, we can give you yeah, I think that you have the best knack. Is council okay with that?
I just have a quick question. Is there any requirement of any documentation on the tenant's part of how they're spending that money? Or are we free just to say $5,000, $10,000, or would there be a requirement from whoever, CRA, whoever, for any documentation of how the money is spent?
That would be the benefit of reimbursement. We can write whatever we want.
I just didn't know if there'd be a requirement that we are giving the money. Is there
A
any?
rebate, show receipts.
Any documentation, or
Yeah.
yes, receipts or whatever of how the money is being spent? Or do we just, not say that they're gonna take, give us a false number, but do we just take their word that they need $5,000, they need $10,000? Or is there gonna be a requirement, like I said, from CRA, from the city, or from anyone about documentation?
I think that we determine that, right? I mean, we determine reasonable moving expenses. We're gonna have to answer to the taxpayers, why'd you pay that much money? And whatever that number is, we just gotta be comfortable with. And I think reasonable, the other thing is, keep in mind, you're paying somebody to move out of your city. You gotta tell the taxpayers that. And so, or you're paying them to move in your city, or you're paying them, and so the city manager, if he wants to hear from them, if you feel that's the best bet.
Well,
let's do
John
it.
has asked to speak. I'm curious to hear what John has to say, Mayor, if that's all right.
I think I could solve your situation, and then the city manager could talk to the tenants about the amount. So in answer to Councilmember Davis's question, yes, because there's an audit conducted on the CRA by our auditors, but that's easy. When you justify first month's rent, last month's rent, deposit, right? Not a big deal. Do we have to even tap into the 1.2 million? No. Look in the budget. We have a budget line for grants in the budget for $25K, okay? And Mr. Dickey is already working on a relocation element it's actually in the lease, but relocation element of that. So we have the funds. Yes, you always show how the money's being used. Now, the only thing left to do is for the city manager to do what he was going to say and determine.
You give me a great idea. We could just say relocation expenses in the amount to cover first month's rent, last month's rent,
Sure.
and security deposit not to exceed $5,000.
Not to exceed is a very
And it's
good-
coming from a valid source, like the attorney said, and then you don't have to worry about any other implications because it's legal.
Okay. So, city manager, you need to ask the tenants a question.
Yes.
And I think it's a departure date, a leave by date, right?
Yes,
So,
sir.
If the tenants are willing, in no particular order, if one of you would like to come up and the city manager would like to ask you a question. Airport Studio Business looks like first, so thank you.
Thank you. It's a formality because I know you discussed this last month. Thank you. In exchange for the proposal of first, last, and security not to exceed $5,000, would you be able to relocate prior to December 27th?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you. Smiley, would you be willing to please come up and, on the record, just city manager wants to ask you, I believe, the same question.
Thank you, Smiley. I appreciate you being here again. Same question. In exchange for first, last, and security not to exceed $5,000, would you be willing to relocate prior to December 27th?
Well, first of all, I had to find a place. And two, I had to move all my equipment, all my stuff. And I think 20 days is not going to be enough time to do all that. And the money, I think, to move and pay a carpenter, paint, electrician, everything, because I have a lot of equipment in my shop. So I think $5,000 not gonna be enough. If you need proof that how I'm gonna spend the money, I think I have no problem with that. Helping me relocate my business and paying for the relocation, you guys put me in a position that I have to move. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is the council's decision to move forward. We've heard from both tenants on the matter. One of them said yes, and one of them said he would prefer to have more money because he's got more expenses. The way that it's currently worded, the proposal would be only for first, last, and security, not other incidental expenses. So I put it back to the mayor and the council to see if the council is interested in pursuing that course of action. First, last, and security not to exceed $5,000 after hearing from the tenants. Thank you.
So the options are, we got first, last, security. We could add in incidentals, or we could keep it the same. We could we could increase the not to exceed.
We could increase the
keep it
not to
same.
exceed.
So there's two levers. Do we want to increase the not to exceed 5,000? Do we want to add in incidentals to justify that increase? Or not just, I think that those are the two questions. And the first one's probably the easier one to answer.
For Smiley, is the date the problem or the money? If we gave you more money, could you leave by the 27th? Or do you need extra time?
Well, that's easy to answer. Everything's about the money. I was not thinking to move. I mean, it's just, to see it this way is, you guys talking about business, and I'm a business, and I was not thinking. I have a really bad year. I almost go out of business, but can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please come up to the podium, though, if you don't mind. It's better to, it might be better that you stay close.
So then, it's just about money. If you guys tell me to move, I'll move. It's not a problem. I have to pay a truck to move all my stuff. I have to pay people to help me to move the stuff. I have to pay carpenters. I have to pay, all the stuff. I cannot do it by myself.
I think that I support what was already put forward by our city attorney. I think that's fair, and I think that we should just move forward with that plan, since it's already written out, and that's it, and everybody's agreed. I think we're okay. I think we should move forward, because it's 10:20.
For me, yes, we got 1 minute. I think it's too complicated to distill down to $5,000. That's why I didn't want to get it. I know, I can't imagine trying to relocate and remarket and find a new area. And I think that that's probably not enough, in my opinion. And that's all I want to say. And I'm very sensitive what we're doing to these people. I run a small business, and I can't imagine starting over. We talked about starting over. They're the ones who really have to start over, and it's terrifying for them. So that's why I've been against this from the beginning. It's a mess.
Yes.
So I do not support 5,000. I would support more, but at this point, it's really hard for me to say how much without digging. So
Oh, I have to go to the restroom.
we can't. We're at 10:20. We need a motion to extend.
No, I'm not going to.
Or a second? We will be meeting in 2 weeks at a regular council meeting. Is there any appetite to extend, or would this council like to adjourn? Need a motion?
Again, we are leaving these people with not a direction on what they're doing.
Yep, but we're bound by the clock, and so
Okay.
we don't have to leave,
All right.
Councilmember Callum. Make a motion to extend.
I make a motion, we extend 10 minutes.
Got a motion on the floor, extend till 10:30. I'll second the motion. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
Vote, sorry.
I have a question before I answer. If we do not have Councilman,
No, we're just calling to extend to 10 more minutes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Or
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. Motion passes to extend till 10:31. It's 10 minutes. Okay, so that was it. I think we could, it's a hard question to answer how much money we pay them.
If we give Smiley another 30 days, we would have to draw up a lease for him.
We would, rather than do that, I would say extend the contract for 30 days, the closing for 30 days, to avoid the lease.
If we extended 30 days and the $5,000, would that be something?
But
Extend it 30 days.
Yeah.
Say it louder so we can hear.
Extend the contract 30 days. So that gives these people 30 extra days, from December 27th to January 27th. And that gives them more time to save money, get organized, figure out where they want to go, and then give them the 5,000.
I think the more time, the better for them. Yes, I think that's a good idea.
And I think that that's, as much as we can do, Smiley, I'm sorry that you're even in this position, but I don't know. I feel, how much is sweat equity and building a business worth, and then having to move?
The brand, yeah, their whole base is here. Councilmember Willis, any comment?
Well, I'm not opposed to extending the closing 30 days.
By the 30. So what's I work better with a date.
So
If you
30 days from December 27th,
January 27th.
January 26th or 5th?
Well, okay, so I'm at least in the, okay, so if we did a motion, it would be to exercise the 30-day extension in the sales and purchase contract, right? I mean, that's really what
Yeah, it would extend the due diligence period for
Okay.
30 days under the sale and purchase contract.
So we need a motion on the floor to extend the due diligence period by 30 days. Is that what we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And the purpose of that would be to grant that additional time as an assistance grant
And then-
for the tenant.
Right.
And then we'll do another motion.
And that gets them through Christmas and all that.
It could be one motion to
Okay.
extend for 30 days, grant not to exceed $5,000.
So does everyone understand? I'll say it so we're clear. We're looking for a motion to grant the shall not exceed $5,000 for first, last, and deposit, and an extension
Of 30 days.
for the inspection period of 30 days.
Yeah, and
Section 5.7 of the contract gives the city council the unilateral right to exercise one 30-day extension. So
Okay.
if the council exercises that right, it extends the due diligence period. I will provide the seller written notice of the extension tomorrow morning, if that's the wishes of council.
So I'm looking for a motion to exercise section 5.7 of the contract to extend the due diligence by 30 days and to approve the shall not exceed $5,000 expense.
And Mayor, I would recommend the city receive a hold harmless agreement in exchange for the monies.
Those are technicalities.
A whole what
We
agreement?
would-
Hold harmless?
Yeah.
A hold
Hold
harmless
harmless.
agreement?
Yeah.
You want to draft one?
It's a technicality that we would do. I just want to put it on the record.
Do you need that in the motion?
No, just want to, that's all. I
Okay,
just wanted to put it in the
understood.
record.
I'm sorry, I may not have heard, I did not hear all of it, I'm sorry, what were you addressing?
In exchange for the money, the city would, as a technicality, require the signing of a hold harmless agreement by the tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, understood.
I
Okay,
make a motion to to extend the closing date and to extend the not to exceed $5,000.
I second it.
okay, got a motion on the floor from Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Raymond. City Clerk, would you please call the vote? Are there any discussion? Sorry, any discussion? Okay, ready for the vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Now we can handle item 4 if you like.
Way to end it. Okay. At this time, we have one more agenda item. It's 10:26. Did we finish everything on this discussion that we need? Okay. We have 5 minutes before we have to extend. The last agenda item. Okay, item number 4 is this is old business. This was tabled. Do we need a motion to pull this off the table? Yes. Okay, looking for a motion to pull this off the table?
I move that we untable this item, number 4. Thank you.
Okay, got a motion from Councilmember Raymond and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to remove this from the table.
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Mayor, I can introduce this if you like.
I don't think we have time.
Okay.
I think that we've already voted on this
Yeah.
in the general fund, right?
CRA's approved the agreement, it's up for
I-
city council's
Yeah,
consideration.
I think we should approve it.
We've already went through this. If you don't mind, if this council's okay? Is there any discussion?
No.
I
This
think
is
we
the other-
should formally make a motion to approve this.
Well, of course, I'm just saying, he was going to introduce, or just to explain it.
Okay.
This is the counter signature to make it fully executed, right? Okay, looking, you know, I don't support this. I think this is the time to say it. So looking for a motion.
So I move that we approve the interlocal agreement. I don't have that.
Okay, got a motion from Councilmember Raymond and a second from Councilmember Davis to approve the interlocal agreement between the City Council and the Cape Canaveral CRA, recognizing the joint public partnership between the city and the CRA related to the pending purchase and redevelopment activities associated with the Cape Canaveral Civic Hub. City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Against?
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 3-2. And with that, we are at the report section. I move that we forego those and we adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
I can't believe it.